Hey. Yo. Yo. Let me make a bunch of a noise. Let me make a bunch of noise. So your work stuff was all laggy today? Did that make it so that you didn't really have to do much, or was it more like you have to make up for stuff that didn't get happen? Oh, it was your internet. Not so great. Your parents are in New Hampshire, right? I know that's a somewhat random question. For some reason, it came to my mind earlier today because of something. I can't even remember what. Yeah. So, live free or die, as they say. Well, sometimes you live free and still die. No, I know the point of the phrase is that, oh, you're living free, and then if you live so free and then you die, then okay, but you still got to live free, and so on and so forth, yada yada. Okay, I get it. It's a little quip, it's a little joke. Okay, relax. New Hampshireites, please calm down. Is it even... What is it? Is New Hampshireites New Hampshireans? I don't actually even know what it is. What do you call them? For that matter, I don't remember what you call... I think it's Massachusettsians or something? Massachusettsin. Massachusettsin. Yeah. Massachusettsin. Massachusettsin.
Massachusettsin.
Okay, I had it right. What about New Hampshire, right? That's what I thought too. New Hampshire, right? New Hampshire, right? Dude, Google is not helping. New Hampshire, right? New Hampshire, right? It keeps wanting to like, were you looking for New Hampshire? No, I'm not looking for New Hampshire. The hell? Famous New Hampshirites. I don't want famous people, I just want... You bet. What do you call a person from New Hampshire? A moron. Huh. That's weird. I wouldn't have thought that's how you pronounce it. Oh, okay. Oh my God. Got him. Granite Staters or New Hampshireites.
Look away from the screen for 20 seconds.
Pronounce New Hampshireite. Comedy, true. No, I don't want to know how to say New Hampshire. I want to know how to say New Hampshireite. Do people struggle to pronounce New Hampshire? No, they probably go New Hampshire, right? That's probably what they do. New Hampshire. I could see that. What? It just closed all of my tabs? Why would anyone ever need the right-click close all other tabs option? How do I fix this problem? Wait, I know how to fix this problem. Control Shift T like 1,000 times. It's working. Video unavailable. I did it. In an IDE, I could see that, but like a browser, how often do you actually want that? And why would you put it so close? I understand, I guess you put it close because that's where all the other closed tabs options are, but you can see how it could be a pretty easy misclick. Actually, you can't because it doesn't show down the drop down that is right here, but you know, it's less than a centimeter. And well, I guess we'll have that song next time. No like confirmation when you're gonna close a bunch of tabs. I think that's a thing I have in Firefox. If it's about to close a bunch of tabs, a confirmation thing pops up and it's like, are you sure you want to close X amount of tabs? And you go, no, obviously no. That would be crazy. Not fun. This is a insane title. Dude, 1850 to live inside an apartment that is a laundromat.
Normal laundromat here in New York City, but on the inside, it's actually a secret apartment. You live inside a laundromat. Yeah.
It's my wash and dry.
Your shoes are off.
Oh, you got mismatched socks. Before you go in, you just bow. Uh-huh.
That's about
yeah. And you do it before you enter most people's homes, right?
Yeah, that's normal. That's normal. Yo, look at this. This is
amazing.
It's
actually
this is
just
basically all of it. The place is divided into stations. And so many of them are sitting stations, but they all face a different direction. And the idea is
I was hoping for something different here. I was hoping there was like a working laundromat, and then there's like some sort of divider, and then all of a sudden it's an apartment.
is that you could have a collective interaction in this room, or you could have an individual interaction. But also, if Caleb's there, and I'm here, we can just as easily have a little chat, enjoy my view of Rex, the dinosaur. Those are movie theater seats. These were brought by a neighbor. I mean, most of the stuff in here is free. And since I'm working in set design a lot, it's like you get a lot of props. But you know, it's all kind of in the spirit of like a grandma's trailer.
It does feel like I'm in a character's room.
The whole place is different with lights too. Let's see if they're working today. No, I don't think they're working today.
There's a dirty sock up here. Is it dirty?
It's a clean sock.
It is clean.
Still maintains the function of a laundromat because I wash the clothes in this thing over here and I take them out. You can still see they're up here a little bit. And I hang all my clothes on these lines. And some of them are load-bearing lines.
It's not a laundromat.
Do you actually accept new customers?
I've offered to many people. I mean, there have been people who, you know, will like, this has happened a few times. They'll come in here with a bag and they'll lay it down. And they'll go, oh God. And I'll go, oh shit. New York's most poorly run laundromat for sure.
Right. So you're in the hole.
Yeah, not one customer in 4 years. Right. This is the sign from the 80s. Yeah, in 1940 it was a deli, and then it was a bar in the 70s, and then it was a laundromat in the 80s. This is my bed. So I go up here and I fall asleep in 2 seconds.
So it's not a laundromat, it's just that the sign's not down.
Yep.
Like it was a laundromat, now it's obviously not.
Oh. And then I get up and I get my shit out and I hang it up. 6 hours for it to dry, and then I start my day.
Well, it's a walk-in closet, but it's in the air.
Yeah, it's a jump-up closet.
Yeah.
Not really anything stays in its place. It's more like...
It might be one of the most inconvenient closets I've ever seen.
It is extremely inconvenient. The idea of
Strange
like,
guy.
conversation pits, you know, in the 60s, they had like these different levels. I like that a little bit. Given that it's only 800 square feet. My neighbor gave that to me, my sweet neighbor Paul. Yeah,
Probably completely illegal to have, and it still works.
Bless Paul.
Does he have a kitchen of any kind? I don't see anything.
Right, that's the function. There's not even a light bulb in there. It's just
No, there's no light bulb.
It's just a like.
It's a headbang box. Two forms of stop signs right here. So this really is the stopping station. If I was to name the station, it really would be. I slept here last night. It's a very small kitchen. It's a really tiny
it does
one.
exist.
It's really just made for one. I can put my butt against turkey and cook a meal right here. Those are some notes.
Parking tickets, traffic tickets.
And you know what? I wrote this maybe 2.5 months ago, and all of these are still equally relevant.
Otherwise, they'd be marked out, right?
Otherwise, they would.
What? So no stove, right? Maybe there is?
Oh, I heard someone cough. Is someone in the back?
Yeah, there's about 12 people sleeping in there.
He said there's 12 people sleeping back there. Are you serious or no? I can't tell.
There's people sleeping back there, yeah. There's one bedroom, yeah.
Can we look at it?
It's kind of walled off right now.
It's walled off right now.
The babies are asleep.
What babies?
Cole?
He's sick.
What is it, Papa?
You wanna be in a major motion picture?
Papa?
Humans behind this.
This is the bathroom. It's small.
I'm so confused, man.
Put your camera up to this, and you can see me in
What
the
is going on
shower.
in this
It's
video?
a shower window.
The people behind us right now currently speaking to us through a makeshift wall. Did they pay rent or did they just hang out?
Yeah, they throw a couple bucks. Yeah.
There's legitimately a fire hydrant.
This is a community fridge. It's for the people. I don't think there's anything. Oh, hey! If someone was passing by right now, they could get themselves vegan buffalo, cauliflower, mac and cheese. That's one function of the laundromat. I get glass in my foot every now and then.
We're just walking around barefoot in New York City right now. This is what's happening. This is my life now.
It feels good though, doesn't it?
It does feel great.
This is actually incredible. You guys came on Friday, and Friday's swing day. It's alternate side parking, street cleaning.
No vehicles.
And so you have no vehicles right here. I did take out a taillight of a Prius once. This is the hero push.
Oh my God.
Shit.
What? Dude, this is awesome.
I think some people came and offered the
How did
landlord
people get
money, and
upstairs?
they came, this couple, and they built the...
Community fridges? I've never seen one. It's one of those things that I feel like is nice, but unfortunately there's gonna be some a-hole or young teens or something that end
Room
up
in the
screwing it
kitchen.
all over.
And then I found them like 5 years later when they were breaking up, and they were like, we need someone to take our storefront.
So their breakup was your blessing.
Their breakup was my blessing.
I
Show you
don't-
my paintings.
Oh, I like this one.
That's Drunk at the Zoo. I don't really have anything to say about it. Kind of wanted a space to paint. I didn't intend for it to be such an exhibition. Ishmael, how you doing, man? After a certain point, they started coming in here. It's kind of like a community watering hole. Like everyone kind of feels the...
People just show up to his place.
Pop in.
Mm-hmm.
And do you leave the door open at all times?
I leave the door open during the day. New York is becoming obviously a harder place to modify your lifestyle. Much like any other American city, it's like becoming a highly predictable place. But of course, New York is the hardest place to control the populace, so people still kind of find frivolous ways of existing. I pay 17. Oh wait, it went up. 18.50. If I found any other storefronts, I'm not finding anything for less than 5,000.
There's so many things in here that I'm still finding them as we walk.
I still don't really get...
How many-
Like, beyond the sign outside, if that wasn't there, you wouldn't really know it was a laundromat, right? Like, what...
trinkets and things do you think are in here? Like 200, 300?
I mean, it's just changing. Like these kind of things, I'm just like constantly finding little things to put on the wall. And this was like completely separate, but it happened to fit. Oh, this McDonald's order is actually, this is legendary. I found this on the
What?
For a show, it's like always different. I mean, people have performed up there, people have performed over here, people have performed in the room. Would love to not have to live here. I would love to be able to have it just as a space where people can come, make what they need, display what they need.
Interesting.
This is kind of the closest thing to an exhibit to look like. It's like a museum should feel like a jungle. There should be a little bit of danger in it. You should
How
be
is
able to,
he...
you know, cut your
Okay, whatever.
hand on something, you know? Or,
He said he
Yeah,
works in movies or
people
props
do
or
stuff
whatever.
just on the floor of a gallery. And that's not even something I would encourage someone to do here, but if they did it, I would say that's bold. You want to hear this organ?
Dude, he's got an organ?
It's definitely the coolest place I've ever walked into in New York City.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? After all those places?
Oh, that's an organ. Okay. It's gotta be electric. Pretty small, self-contained.
Oh my goodness.
That's pretty good, too. Not bad. I would say the video was okay. It was kind of whatever. But what about this video?
When all the land is peaceful and there is no further to us at last, then comes a time for love, two hearts colliding into one great hymn. But there are winds foreboding and there is a dark storm that soon will pass. Kiss me, my love, then go. The time for valor has returned again. On through the night, keep marching on. Fighting through the darkness, all is evil, so we must press on. Friendship, fortune battle, watch your backs now.
What an intro. What an intro. Hey, hey. Dude, this is what a sick intro to a game.
Come back to me. Fighting through the darkness, all is evil, still we must press on. Flying toward the power that enslaves us, yet we are not done. Racing toward the climax and the battle to return
Ho.
to life. Valiant gets the power, evil forces take heed.
Damn. Lunar the Silver Star. That's such a, this is a pretty nice song. So what console is that? Sega CD? God damn. What a song. Okay. I'm going to put the bowl away. Come back. And then I guess we try Street Fighter 6? Question mark? Not much to try? Really? I saw people playing against each other. How can you not do that? I saw people playing against each other online. Oh no, they must have done what's that thing where you can like connect to someone else's computer kind of? It's like a program. Begins with a P. Yes, Parsec. I saw people were playing each other with Parsec. Well, either way, I'm plugged in. I'm plugged in. Plug it in, plug it in. What is that? I can't even remember what product that's for, but I can remember that that sort of tagline. Plug it in, plug it in. What is that? Was that a like some sort of scent thing? Glade plugins. Oh, look at that. Plug it in, plug it in. So it was a scent thing. Microsoft Azure. Interesting. I agree. I guess it makes sense to do Microsoft Azure because you're going to be on PCs. Maybe there's like some sort of connection there where you would want to work together for that reason. Okay. Main menu. Options. Well, hot diggity dog. What are my buttons here? Okay. We can change the camera? Okay. Display. I can't change the size? Oh, no. It would be graphics. Ah. Holy moly. I think if I want to be able to see the whole game, oh, I can just use my mouse. Because right now it's in windowed mode, so I'm not actually seeing, like, half of this text is cut off from me. So if I wanted to do that, I think I would have to go border list window. That's the juicy stuff. Okay. Very good. Okay. Tips. Hold on, let me tag the Discord. Is this feels very quiet, by the way, right? When I'm not crazy. Discord. Alright, category Street Fighter 6. Who knows? Maybe because the stick's plugged in, maybe we'll end up going to Street Fighter 4 after. But alright, I need audio. Everything is already max. Huh. Okay, it is not already max. This is the opposite problem of what we typically run into. Usually the games are too loud. I don't really know how I'm supposed to make you louder. That it would actually affect the stream is my problem. Like, I can make it louder for me, but I can't really make it louder for you. which is interesting. Audio boost. What's that one do? Oh, wrong button. Oh. Audio boost. Set the dynamic. Turn this on to make the game's audio more intense. Feel like that made the music a little bit louder. Set audio range to measure greater emphasis on. Okay, well. Okay. Tips. Okay, well the sound effects are loud, the music is not loud, I guess. Holy moly. Oh, that's a lot of stuff. Where are the ones that are like, I know how to do the basics of Street Fighter, but what are the... you know what I mean? Okay. Confirm. No. Okay. How do I...
Look away from your screen for 20 seconds.
Okay, that was the menu. Holy shit. Okay, it got a lot louder.
Strength, might, the power to fight. Is it money, authority, a cool job?
Yeah, no, I...
Okay.
No, that's not what I meant. We were already on the menu of, like, choosing things to do.
You believe it? We got
I just thought it was a home screen, not an actual menu. But then when I hit left and hit A, then we went into this. That's what I mean. Right is a different option.
I hear you, man.
Right? That would be like versus. Okay, skip this. Okay, here we go. But just maybe. That guy's pretty strong. He did it again. Oh, man.
You my new recruit? Kids, take a breather.
You got some big ass scars.
Welcome. This is Buckler Security Services. I'm Luke, the coach around here.
Dude, his...
You're here for basic training, right?
Dude, he looks like a fucking monkey.
You measured up.
Like an ape, a gorilla. Look at those forearms. They're literally, his forearms are literally as big or bigger than his stupid fucking biceps. It's so stupid. Okay.
Body size and your reach are all factors in a fight. So, check everything carefully.
There's a lot of options. I don't want a preset. Oh, wow. That's a lot more colors than I expected, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Wait, metallic? Okay. Now, usually, you'll see a streamer make a really ugly avatar on purpose. I don't think I want to do that necessarily. But I also don't really care to make him just look like me. Hold on, I'm trying to think, can I?
Your eye and hair color
Can I?
definitely says a lot
I was trying to
about
think, can I make you look like fucking, oh, body paint. Okay, here we go. Why is this not an option? Press Y to, okay. Oh, that's a nice feature. Okay, why can't I do body paint? Okay, hold on. Body type
You're in an
recipe
age where you
list.
can save all of your coolness in data form.
Oh, to save all of the values and stuff, I see. Okay, sure. What does face blend mean? Oh, wrong button.
Already done?
Wow, there's a lot
Well, we can
of
look over the details later if you want. Anyway.
options. Okay, give me a randomize. Okay, okay, hold on. I want to do the face paint. Or how can I go back? No, give me number 1 to start. Okay, don't get that close to me. I don't like this. Why are you looking so close? There you go. Okay. There we go. Body paint. That's how I do it. But I want to paint my whole skin. That's the most I can do. I was hoping that we could... I was hoping I could paint him green, basically. I was hoping to paint him green and then try to make him look like Yoshi. Is what I was gonna try to do. Because I thought that I thought I saw people able to do that. Maybe there's... Interesting, metallic makes it look like that. Paint him into Line Rider guy? That would also be an option. Whoa. But that's the thing, it wouldn't let me, like, the face paint, the body paint was only... what do you call it? Maybe there's a way to do, like, lower body is one color? No, that's size and stuff. Skin color... How did I get to skin? Skin aging, Where was I just to have the body? Here we go, body features again. Yeah, I wanted to... body paint, like, the whole body, but that's not an option. I thought that would be an option. I wonder what this, like, if you scanned this, would it give you anything? I'm not gonna lie, because I can't do the facial features.
Take a lot of time to decide, or just throw something on. It's your call.
Why do I have to fucking choose a preset? I don't want to choose a preset. I want to paint your whole fucking face, man. A link to the store page? That'd be pretty good, actually. Well, now I'm not really interested in making a guy. I thought you could do this. Alright. I can't actually get out of this menu, though.
When it comes to athletic ability, men and women fight on equal footing. Remember that.
I don't wanna...
Gotcha.
You can't get out of this menu without just saving your thing. that's a little disappointing. I guess we can randomize then. Anyone starting to feel like it's not actually randomized, but going through a list? Okay, now it's starting to get a little more randomized. Weird.
Can't forget your name either. That's important.
Test. Okay, let me type.
All right. Give me your Sunday best. Oh yeah, I hate
Okay,
trying to
whatever.
take photos for my ID.
There's gotta be a way to paint the body.
Yeah, gotta say, you're photogenic.
Oh, really? Thanks.
Alrighty, well, that should about wrap up your enrollment. Again, you can call me Luke, or just Coach. Okay then, hope you're ready to begin.
His body looks so
Let's go over
dumb.
the basics.
His body looks stupid. Alright, let's play the
Let's have you
tutorial.
start by making it over to where I am. Feel free to walk or run, whatever gets you here.
He is goofy. Okay. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Okay.
What, too easy? Hey, it was still an important first step. Anyway, moving right along.
Moving right along in search of good times and good news. With good friends you can choose. It comes become a habit. Opportunity, not once, but reach out and grab it. Together we'll nab it. We'll hitchhike, bus, or yellow cab it. Oh, am I supposed to just run into all of these? Is that what he wants me to do? It was a little weird doing this with the stick.
Right on. Let's get right to it.
Alright, we're gonna play some games. Approach Luke. I can do that. Oh, they won't even let me dash.
That's it.
Jump, okay.
Complete. Good.
Okay. Excuse me? Dude, I'm crouching faster than the game's ready for. Dude, I gotta hold it for like a full second and a half. Jeez. Okay, I can do that. Easy. Okay, what are my specials? Modern controls. Interesting.
Nice work.
I don't really want any of this shenanigans, but okay. Get thrown, bitch. Back throw.
Nice work.
Okay. My bad.
All right, that about covers the basics. Kind of boring, right?
Yes,
I knew it. That's how the basics are.
they do be like that though.
Simple and boring. But remember, even the biggest rockets need a stable launching pad for takeoff, or else they're just gonna crash and burn.
Okay.
Get me?
Yeah, like I'm gonna think this guy is a
Any of that.
rocket scientist.
Can I help him handle this?
What the heck? What the hell was that? I literally just got here. What are you doing, man? And why is the coach not stopping this at all? What? I'm not ready for this. Except, you know, I am, but I'm just gonna spam this move. Okay, wrong. Okay, I would appreciate if you stopped doing that. Dude, I'm trying to do buttons as if they're normal controls, and they are not. Get fucking punched. Get out of here. Boom. Oh, okay, I see how it is. Can I dash back? Can I block? Okay, I can block. Dude, how do I kick? Oh god, I'm gonna lose. I want to do the chart. What the hell? Oh, so this is a plan to draw anyway or something? Okay, good. Dude, I kept trying to use kick moves and it kept not doing kicks.
Gosh, come on, man. Are you really gonna be the type to jump before you think?
But coach, that was the kind of situation I want to learn to deal with.
Attacking a random innocent person? That's what you're trying to deal with?
Ah, right. This is Bosch. He signed up for the same regimen you are.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look, both of you are my trainees, and you joined at the same time. So play nice, okay?
He's not gonna shake. Oh, crazy.
Both came here looking for strength. If both of us are trying to find that strength, sooner or later, one of us is going to get there first. What happens to the other person then?
Nothing. Everyone has their own journey.
Friends after that, so why bother pretending now?
Ah, Bosch, my man, that's a really tough question.
No, it's
You gotta
not.
know what strength means to you before you go looking for it. You go looking for the wrong things, and you really might end up in that situation someday. But you know what? You can cross that bridge when you get to it.
I feel like Luke is 23. Am I crazy? Besides the scars, he seems very young.
And put your hearts into your training.
But he's trying to act like he's old in the way he's talking. I look so ugly.
Okay.
In real life,
Let's get
too.
back to business. You wanted something more practical, right? Well, practicality comes in many forms.
True.
But if you want to start off on the right foot in this city,
What is this city? Where are we?
hit the streets.
We're hitting the streets? Maybe? Maybe we're hitting the streets? We're not hitting the streets. We're hitting the cutscene. We're in New York? We're in fucking New York, kid. Let's go. Oh, we're in Metro City. That makes sense. That makes a little more sense. With, you know, a very familiar looking New York statue. He's saying something. We can't hear it though. I'm sure it's very important. A city once dominated by Mad Gear. It's fucking, what's his name? On that poster. Andre the Giant Ass. Hack, no. Why can't I remember his name? Hugo. The Denizens. What up? Definitely not KP. Yeah, see Hugo. Or Marisa. However it's pronounced. Can I move yet? Nope. How is there no more dialogue now? my hair looks like pixel art cross shading.
Oh,
An app on your device. Okay, what button is that? I don't have that button. I can't move. My start button does not do that. What the fuck would be my select button? Oh, there we go. Maybe this one? No. Okay, space. I'll use my keyboard for that one. You can view messages sent to your yada yada. Okay. Okay. Missions and stuff. Okay. Missions. Okay. Talk to Alice. That's what we need to do. Okay. Whoa, all this other stuff. Settings. Okay, we're not worried about that right now. Okay, we're not worried about that. I don't care about customizing my phone. I have items? Calcium. Incoming damage cut, outgoing damage boost. Okay. Alright. That's Alice, I'm guessing.
hey.
Let's get going. Why don't I just walk over with him? Okay. But what about the hot dog guy? Yo.
What can I get you?
Seem busy right now. Okay. Can I do anything? I guess not. Alright, fine. Alright, fine. Not you, her.
Why, hello there.
Hello.
Look away from your screen for 20 seconds.
I will look away for 20 seconds. Not gonna lie, I'm not a huge fan of the ums and the whatevers to go along with the actual dialogue. I'd almost rather there just not be that sound effect if you're gonna not give me
Back to work.
the voice acting for it, you know what I mean? I also don't really know why this character isn't voice acted. Do these these lines seem all already formulated, right? And we know that he has a voice actor because of the earlier cutscene. I don't know. Strange.
Right.
Written on our faces, huh? Your mission to come talk to me. Next up, do
Okay.
ourselves a fight. Now I'm gonna fight this lady? Punch everyone. Land 10 hits with assisted... I don't want assisted combos! When playing using the modern control screen, assisted combos are performed by keeping RT pressed while attacking. Launch a command X or A and follow up by pressing the button. Okay. Okay. Okay, while holding RT, that's what I'm holding. Land a hit with that or that, then continue pressing that button. Why is it, maybe I gotta press it fast? Or it thinks I'm not pressing that button? How about A? There we go. Okay, the A works, the X does not. I have not been counting, so I'm gonna do a couple others. AI voice easy. Oh, that wasn't 10. Oh, so those were all 2 hits. What am I talking about? Hold on. How is this not working? I can't press pause to see what button I'm supposed to hit, touch. RT1, RT2, RB, What do you want? Do you need me to press RB? Is that what you want me to do? Oh, I gotta hold like forward? Okay, hold on. What do you... I feel like this is doing me worse than having me had just actually done normal mode or whatever. So those are always 2 hits? I'm holding the, okay, you know what? This is what we can, okay. While holding L, land a thing with you or you. Okay, so clearly there's some button that they want me to hit that is not this button. Okay, it's not that button. What button do you want me to hit? Nope. Okay, I have used almost every button on the controller, on the fight stick. I'm losing my mind. How is there? I've tried every button on the fight stick to hold. Nope, it's not that one. Okay, so the mono controls just clearly there's like some button that's not on the controller that they want me to have. Even though it literally says RT on the fucking stick. I don't want to do this mode anymore. I just skipped all of her dialogue because I cannot give a shit. Okay. Give me options. No, give me options? You won't let me go to options. Okay, why can I not go to options? I'll lose my fucking mind. Fight and beat 2 people. Hey, fuck you, lady. Okay, apparently not. I don't want... Rotate camera. There we go. Okay. Hey, fuck you. What the hell? Yeah, if you could stop running away from them, that'd be good. I did it. Ooh, that was really quick how it exited there. Kind of surprised by that. Alright, Tony. Get over here, Tony. Get the hell out. Nope. Get thrown. Oh, I thought that would work. Okay. I'm gonna grab you. I'm gonna grab you. I don't like the mono controls. Shh, quiet. I want to be able to change my stick. Okay, I gotta go. Where's my fucking? I'm looking at the map in the bottom. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Yo. Okay, I did it. I did it. I did it. New message. Ooh, pizza. Nice.
Really?
Okay, food time. Now, if you would let me change my control, you can't. Why won't you let me do this? Progress is not saved. You son of a bitch. I didn't mean to fight you. Okay, well, my bad. Whoa, you can do that? Ooh, you see that fake cross up? But then that time I did do it. Ooh. Get crossed up, beesh. Can I? Oh, I was gonna say, can I chip you? I don't know. I don't think I was supposed to beat him up. My bad. I was supposed to talk to him. Okay, yes, there's food. You're gonna force me to buy something? Pizza? Ew. I don't like either of these, but whatever. I bought pizza.
Thank you.
Mission accomplished. Pizza's cheating. Apparently. New message. All pizza is good pizza. You ever wrote on the food?
Oh, really?
Is he just watching us from a window? There's an alley somewhere that away. Map. Mission status, camera. That's not what I wanted to do. End photo mode, yes. Okay. Ken Masters? The Ken Masters building? Whoa, what building's that? The Bison building, maybe? What the hell? We're double fighting? What's the point of having the boxes if we know who their names are? That was incredibly simple. We have the same win pose. Who are these schmucks?
Howdy.
Ah, of course, it's training. Your brothers? Oh, brother. Just a surprise? I'm not reading all of this out loud. My god. Okay. See the sign? I don't think I want to finish this. I don't think I want to finish this. Mostly just the modern controls are annoying me. Either that or that it, well, partially that, and then partially that apparently my stick doesn't have whatever button they want. Not configured correctly or something. Which is annoying.
Take your time.
Okay, I'm not buying anything. You're gonna make me buy something? You're gonna make me buy a hat. Okay. I can't select no. Okay.
You look great in that.
What? We match. Cringe? Is that how people here put it? Alright, man. Whatever, man. What's he gonna say? Shop till you drop. Attention, outfit. Hey, don't feel good. Lap frame. See if you can find Luke. Okay. We gotta find Luke.
Hey.
I wonder where he could be. Oh my god, it's Luke. Luke?
What's up?
Yo!
Hold up, hold up.
Doubting the wisdom of old Luke Sensei? Bro, you are not old. Come on.
All right.
We're gonna fight each other? We're gonna fight him? When did he... Where'd that hat come from? Oh shit. Are they gonna have him super powered up? Get grabbed. Bitch. Getting on each side of him surely has to be a good recipe. What the... Bro, don't stand on the same side as me. You more grab him? Oh yeah. Jeez. Wait, he KO'd both? Alright. Oh, they gave him infinite health. Okay. Fair enough. Now he has a hat. Where'd that come from?
So, you two check out the city, see the sights, rack up some wins, and then you come back with the confidence to go toe-to-toe with your lovable coach. Guess that practical training paid off in spades. Am I right? If you
Yeah,
wanna make
sure.
it in this world, you gotta do what you can. Grind like crazy, and not let up.
Grind like
Not force it.
crazy.
The road to the top is long, but you just gotta take it one step at a time.
I hate Luke. I think I just hate this character. I don't know what it is about him. I just don't like his character.
That first step you both took just now, it's something to be proud of.
He just looks stupid, man.
Man, you two are great students.
Thanks, Luke. Thanks there. Thanks, buddy. Enrolled. Oh god, okay. I thought we were done. What are you looking at me for?
You know what? You make a darn good team. I don't think it'd be the worst thing for you two to take on the world together.
Alright.
Together?
Absolutely. Do some training like we did at the gym and around Metro City. Then,
A whole
two
new
of you
you.
can go and travel the world. You can really get to know each other and take on all comers. Seriously, you'll have a blast.
The text of the word comers there, I thought it was corners.
I'm sorry, I can't.
Why not?
I need to be strong, and I need to be it now. I'm not like you. I can't go
Whoa,
around treating this
whoa,
like a king.
whoa, whoa, what the
Boss,
heck?
come on, coach.
Relax.
I'm done with the course. I got things I need to take care of. But you're right. This did give me some confidence. Thank you. Our only fight ended in a draw. Wish we could have had a rematch.
Who says we can't? Well, well, well. Any punchers? Something was nagging him, chasing after strength and a mad recipe for disaster. Let's hope it doesn't somehow rabbit holes. ... You are too much of a hothead, for sure.
How can I put this? Moving on.
Okay,
Right.
we're done for the day.
All right.
There we go, that's what we want. Okay. I still can't... I still can't change my controls? We just talked to her again?
How'd it go?
I get it now.
Right on.
Right on. Okay, okay.
Right.
She gonna make me stronger. Chun-Li! Are we gonna get to see Chun-Li? Wait, is that dude breathing fire? What the heck?
I'm Chun-Li.
What is it you fight for?
I still have something important I need to do.
Oh, crazy. It's Ryu. What the heck? It's crazy. No. Omega Poggers. Excuse me? Take me to the menu? Controls. Classic, please. God damn. Nope. Okay. How do I... Okay. That is... Okay, so that's the right button. So is this not... Oh, the RT button just isn't being recognized for some reason. What? Oh, no, that one worked. Huh. Why are the LT and RT not being recognized? That would explain that other issue that I had. I don't even know how would I fix that. It's not recognizing the button? No, we don't want that. How do I go back? No, don't save those changes. Heavy punch is that, yes. Heavy... these should be that. Those should be this, but it's not recognizing it. What? That's not good.
Look away from your screen for 20 seconds.
Test settings? Yeah, the... Well, I don't want that to be that either.
Get back to work.
Why does it keep wanting to set this as a singular button? I don't want that. I need heavy kick to be this. It's not letting me set that button. Oh, that's so weird. I don't get it. Why would that happen? I mean, it works in Street Fighter 4. I'm trying to understand why it would... Let me just go in here for a second. How the fuck did I get into that menus? Oh, whoa. I don't know. In here, where you're on these three, I hit the start button, and then I could go into options. But I also was very annoyed that I could not get to the options when I was in the World Hub or whatever the hell it was called. And then this has all the, you know, all of this shit. But wait a second. It thinks my RB is LB and my LB is RB. I don't know how I'm supposed to... I need it to, like, not think... It doesn't think my RT and LT exist on my fight stick. And then... and then it thinks other buttons are backwards? I'm so confused. How do I solve this problem? I actually don't know how to solve this problem. Okay, lots of other people are? Okay, okay. In that case, I won't feel as bad, and I'm just trying to... Oh. These are not useful, I'm guessing. Okay, well, let's just go in here for a second. It won't even pick up your fight stick. Okay, don't talk to me. Not you, I meant the game. Yeah, so it won't recognize my RT and LT at all. And yeah, it has, well... Okay. Can I get meter? Oh shit. Streamer is so rude. I didn't even do anything, I just pressed A. Am I not on... I'm on classic. Really? So I just got... Wait, what the hell? Why is my guy moving on his own? Oh, it's just doing the thing again. I see. Triple impact? Try before jump here. So there's like auto combos, kind of? Interesting. Oh. Yeah, it does have my buttons all messed up. All sorts of fucked up. I didn't get to try the beta, so this is kind of disappointing. That the game won't recognize my stick and stuff correctly. Ooh, it will let me do commands though. That's nice. Oh, it gets rid of your meter, so you can't charge it up and see what it's like to do its super and stuff. Wait, what was that? Oh, okay. So you have this little like run up move. Okay, I like the wait. Did you see that turtle? And it was like over here. That's cool. Well. Okay. It has my buttons all fucked up. It has my buttons all fucked up. I don't think... How the fuck can I even... I mean, you can't really do anything if you can't... If you can't press all the buttons on the controller, you can't really play the game, can you? Which is a bit of an issue. So maybe we just won't play. Who's my main? I mean, I haven't even played this game. Is there a way for me to see the characters? I know, like, I generally know a lot of them. Okay, here we go. Who would I be interested in trying? Assuming they were unlocked. I mean, in Street Fighter 4, I was mainly using Ryu. But I liked playing a bunch of people. But I wasn't, you know, I didn't like grind or anything, so I wasn't actually good. But just for fun. I don't know how really any of these characters play. Well, like, that's not true. I know how most of these characters generally play. But I'm sure there's differences, and then there's the new ones. Like, I don't know how Marissa, I don't even know how it's supposed to be pronounced. Manon? I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce it. Jury, I think, is supposed to be different from the Jury that I'm used to. I feel like I remember people saying Jamie was OP or something. I think an easier way would be to say, what characters would I not want to play? I don't think I'd want to play Guile or Ken. I'm guessing I wouldn't want to play Blanca, but maybe he's fun, I don't know. There's so many bugs in this demo. What a weird situation that the demo is so much worse. I wonder why. Like, I understand not letting people maybe, you know, do certain stuff. But it feels really odd to have it as limited as it is. Like, only 2 characters instead of 4. Did the demo had online, right? Because they wanted to test the online like quality as well, right? I don't think I would want to do Geef or Honda, but maybe. I wouldn't be opposed to trying Dalsim. I have no idea how JP plays at all. I don't know. Can I try what this looks like? Oh, I can actually use Ryu. Okay. Stop talking to me. What? Oh. Stop. Let me play the game, please. Are you gonna let me... Can I play as the character? Made the game feel faster in the demo. What's that? Shoki? Bro. What? Okay, so I'm not actually... Oh, I gotta press... Select? Alright, the select button did not do anything. It says press button to try. I would like to try. I would like to try, in fact. But no buttons do anything besides go to the next one. So I guess I'm just fucking out of this menu. The other issue with demo keeps defaulting back to modern controls. I mean, I can't play. I can't press my buttons. I am missing 2 buttons, and 2 of the other buttons, they think they're the opposite. So I could reset them, but not having like 2 of my 8 buttons. I'm missing a 4th of my buttons. It's a bit of a bummer.
Special versus special extreme battle.
Now what is this? He's ready. I can make faces, that's fun.
Let us begin.
Okay.
Round 1.
I don't have a hard kick. Does that count? What the? He's coming! Oh, I tried to jump over it. It did not work. Here he comes. I figured out the strat. Oh, I was trying to... Alright, whatever. Here we go. I'm doing it. Here he comes. Oh, you can't. You gotta wait. I see. He countered. Uh-oh. Does that hit me too? Okay. Alright, can I... Ooh, that counts. You had no button issues? That's annoying, because I do. Yeah, I think I might jump on SF4 myself, to be honest. Because this is... I mean, it's basically unplayable for me, so... Kind of inclined to not figure it out. I'm sure there is a way I could like maybe go into like Windows settings and fucking reset a bunch of things, but how do I close this thing? How do I close the demo? There we go. Well, that was a bit of a disappointment. Maybe we'll do some Street Fighter 4. What I would add is that the what are you talking about? The I'm not sure if I want to play Pokemon Unite or not. And by that I mean like ever again. Not because any specific change, but I don't know. Playing alone, I don't know. I don't know if it's worth it. That said, there is a solo player thing we could do. There's like some thing you fight against Cynthia or something. I don't really know. But there's that, and then Street Fighter 4, and then Unity Game Jam stuff are all options. What I need to do right now either way is to go to the bathroom. I'm going to change our category because I don't think we're gonna do that. I don't know why it won't let me you know. Would have been kind of cool to at least get to press my buttons and try some stuff, but it is what it is, I guess. Maybe that just means we do some Street Fighter 4. But before we try that, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and fill my water. 6:40. Like not quite stretch time, but it's damn close, isn't it? I say we wait a little bit before stretch time. So I'm just gonna go pee real quick.
We know your time is valuable. Thank you for holding. Someone will be with you as soon as possible. Thank you for your call. We appreciate your business and the opportunity to assist you. We know your time is valuable. Thank you for holding. Someone will be with you as soon as possible. know your time is valuable. Thank you for holding. Someone will be with you as soon as possible. Thank you for your call. We appreciate your business and the opportunity to assist you.
Okay. Oh man, I almost just pressed play and launched a different game by accident. Okay, now what would be bad is if this game also had my buttons not work, because then that would mean that it wasn't Street Fighter 6's fault.
Ultra Street Fighter 4!
But let's see. Let's check.
It's survival of the fittest on a global scale.
Who will be the challenger to make it to the top?
Destination confirmed. Fight!
Okay. Nope. These buttons work. I mean, they kind of work. Oh shit, that didn't work? Oh, not backwards. Oh, right. Can't do the hard punch. That is annoying. A classic. What? There we go. I forget. Okay, well. That's gotta hit. There we go. Okay. I guess maybe here for me? Either there or like up here, I guess. But then the pixel might matter, right? So something like this maybe. You got Flamey and Bubbly. Nice. God damn. Anyway,
for 20 seconds.
Look away from my screen for 20 seconds. Ooh, okay. Hold on, let me
Back to work.
pause that, do that. Move this here for a second. Okay. Can't imagine this going well. But whatever. They can't find anyone bad enough for me to play against. It's a good sign. Although there's probably just a lot of people doing Street Fighter. Oh, it's you. Doing Six Fighter. Why didn't our thing? Oh, does that mean you invited me to a thing and I didn't get it or whatever? Hello, people playing SF6 instead of playing this right now, maybe? There's a chance. There's a chance that that's true. Just invite you. Oh, create. Okay, creating. Send game invite. There we go. That's how I do it. That's how I do it. That worked, right? Hopefully. We're gaming. How many stones did you use to roll? Oh, your free roll, you said. God dang. Nice. Nice. I sent the thing, so I don't know what... Did it not work? Or did I do the setup wrong or something? There he is. Oh. The battle of the fittest. Oh, I choose. Let's start here. In case of lag.
Destination confirmed. It's the battle of the century. Fight!
Ah, shit. Okay, okay. Your alt rolled the light and dark one? Oh. Can't even co-op the cards together? I remember you had the light and dark one, I think. Did I know that? Maybe. Oh. I got a little lucky on that. In terms of the second one hitting, that is. fighters from around the world. Will you be the last one to blah, 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 blah.
Destination confirmed.
Confirmed.
Who will emerge a champion?
Fight!
The first hit has been made. This is it.
Okay, okay. Dang.
I smell it come down. Will this jam work? Fantastic.
Ah, shit. He's up in my grill. Oh. Ayya. Ayya.
Let's keep it up. Fight.
Try this on for size.
Hadouken.
Hadouken. Hadouken.
Now's your chance.
Mm-hmm.
Devastating attack coming up. No doubt about it. Anticipation.
Oh.
Try this. Shoryuken. Hadouken. This'll hurt.
Okay, I didn't know if I didn't wait, I didn't know if I was gonna be in danger. I didn't trust. Oh, I didn't want to jump. Oh shit, he went for the stuff. Oh. Yeah. Dang. He got me. I would imagine that the buttons aren't as loud as when I'm standing. Unless I fucking go like that, but...
Only one will be declared the best. Training stage.
Will you survive at this location?
The battle has begun. Fight!
Oh, shit. No, that's supposed to be it. Oh shit, he canceled it because he realized it got messed up. Oh shit. I got rid of good take.
What will happen now?
What do you mean?
This is the one we were waiting for. The ultimate. Looks like we can expect fireworks.
Oof. No. Never mind. The ear bleed emote is pretty good. Oh, you just thought it was lowercase instead of uppercase? Is that what? That's what you meant?
Will you be the last warrior standing? East Asia, Old Temple.
Full Temple's a good one.
Locale chosen. The battle has begun. Fight! First hit has been recorded. This is the one we've been waiting for. Ultimate battle for supremacy has begun.
Oh, I thought that hit. Oh, that was sick. That was sick. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying.
What will happen now? Fight!
Try this on for size.
Okay, I didn't know what I was supposed to do. Oh shit. Fair. I didn't want to dash. Oh, it just didn't show, I see. It didn't hit. That's so annoying that it didn't do the thing. That was painful. You like this being like half in the bottom corner of the webcam strat? It's a pretty good one. Go, what up, chat? Baited mic. What up? Going on?
East Asia, crowded downtown. Fists will fly at this location.
This will fly at this location.
The battle has begun. Fight!
Uh-oh.
There's the first hit. What's next? The fight has finally begun. One of these will emerge on top. This will turn it all around.
Okay, okay. Ah, that second jab was a Shoryuken. Nope. Nope. Not quite. Not quite. Ooh, footsies. Oh, the overhead was gonna hit. Oh, I was a smidge late. Oh, that might have been his, uh-oh. In his face, do the Hadouken for Chip. I don't know if the the EX or whatever that got canceled when because it hit him, if that was supposed to be his ult. Might have been. It might have been.
The world's fiercest fighters await. Will you be the last warrior standing? East Asia.
Probably only one or two more and then stretch break, because stretch break is very important during knee pain time like this.
The battle has begun. Fight! The first hit has been recorded.
I don't know if it's just me, but this stage feels laggier. Ooh, combos? We have combos now? I did a combo. I finally did the jab to forward medium or whatever, low forward. Oh, I didn't want to jump forward. That's painful.
I'm almost ready to call this one. Hadouken! Hadouken! Hadouken!
Oh, we tech those?
Hadouken!
Oh, that's it.
Hadouken!
Okay, okay, okay.
It's the last round. Fight! Try this on for size. Hadouken! Hadouken! The fight is officially underway.
Oh.
There's a devastating attack coming up, no doubt about it. Hadouken! 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 Hadouken!
Ah.
Hadouken!
Ooh. Oh no, I was actually teching that time. I was actually teching that one. I didn't say it for the other two before because I knew I was late. That one I was wrong though. That one I was ready. And I pressed it. I disagree. I disagree. So the question is, do we do more Street Fighter after Stretch Break, or do we do Unite or something, or Unity? Don't know.
How long will this go on? This is the one we've been waiting for. The ultimate battle for supremacy has begun. Hadouken! Fantastic combo. Hadouken! Hadouken! This could turn it all around. Hadouken! Hadouken! I smell a cup. What an attack!
Ah.
Hadouken!
No.
Hadouken! Hadouken!
Oh.
Hadouken! Is this it? Is it the end? Shoot! Either one can take the round now. Hadouken!
Nah. Dang.
Pick up the pace. Fight! Try this up.
Oh shit, he did some stuff. Very annoyed I didn't get the Shoryuken after that. Just a complete breakdown. Oh.
Hadouken! 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 Anything can happen now. Hadouken!
Nope. That's not what I wanted to do. That's that first one in the air is not what I wanted to do. I'll tell you that much. Well, that was disappointing. But what are you gonna do, I guess? What are you gonna do, I guess? Okay, stretch break is very needed. I guess I'll close the game for now. I feel like we probably do something else after. I feel like we probably do something else after. What is this? This goes over here now. This goes here. Play some music. Okay. Unplug this. So The knee is still not good.
Look away from your screen for 20 seconds.
And I'm looking away for 20 seconds. There is a deep look video that we can do when I'm on the floor stretching. So that's good.
Back to work.
But I don't think there's a video after that, which is fine. Maybe we do Puzzgrid for 10-15 while I finish the apple, and then after that decide whether we want to do like Unite or Unity or something. Probably one of those two, if I'm gonna be honest. I'm really tired of these wires getting all fucked up for no reason. Okay. Did you do your Friday shopping trip, RPB? Or have you not done that yet? You know what I'm excited for is the free Cadence of Hyrule thing. I feel like people have said that game's really good. You did it this morning, Pog Crazy, nice. That's pretty good, that's pretty good stuff. Okay. I'm going to get my apple, I guess? I don't actually have to pee yet, because we did that so recently. But, I'll still pause, and then we can do this.
We know your time is valuable. Thank you for holding. Someone will be with you as soon as possible. Thank you for your call. We appreciate your business and the opportunity to assist you. We know your time is valuable. Thank you for holding. Someone will be with you as soon as possible.
Yo. Yo. Yo, youch, youch, yo, welcome to Atlanta where the players play and we ride on them things like every day. A big beach, big streets, see gangsters roaming and parties don't stop till 8 in the morning. Welcome to Atlanta where the players play and we ride on the things like every day. A big beats, big streets. Something like that. Still no Cinnabon cereal. Yeah, I mean, my guess is you would have had to seen it like in the month or two prior to me bringing it on stream is my guess, if I'm gonna be honest. But hey, you never know. It is really good. That might be one of the best that I've had on the stream. Along with obviously Waffle Crisp, though I didn't technically have that one on stream. I would add that you could try Waffle Crisp yourself. I don't know if you actually ended up trying it or not. But we have a deep look video. Yellow Jackets roll tiny meatballs for babies. For the babies. So this is a bug one, which I know Havens is always, not a huge fan. But, like, it doesn't seem like it's some sort of parasitic eating, like, another bug alive. Like, you know what I mean? It's, although meatballs could actually be that. Well, anyway. Anyway, we'll figure it out. As far as the knee report goes, technically today's been the best day, I would say. But I also have done the least stuff. So like it's kind of like it would be like saying like, oh, my foot feels better because I didn't walk anywhere. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, like technically I guess that's a good thing, but at the same time it doesn't really mean it's healing or anything. It's just that it's said that it's not. You know, am I making my point clear? Anyway, whatever. Yellow jackets.
Time for some grilling.
Hot dog.
But what's up with this bee helping herself to my burger? Shouldn't she be off pollinating something?
Wait, they're making
She's
meatballs
often
out of
called
burgers?
a meat bee, but she's not a bee at all.
What?
She's a western yellow jacket, a type of
What
wasp.
do you know?
You can tell her apart from a bee because she's a little bit less hairy. Right now, this yellow jacket is on a hunt for tasty protein. And she'll have what you're having. But first, she does a little quality control. Sensors on her mouthparts and antennae help her judge the food's condition.
Tasting?
She slices off a chunk with scissor-like mandibles, but she doesn't actually eat this fine fare. Mature yellow
kidding.
jackets like her don't need the protein themselves, so she rolls it up
For the
into a
babies?
meatball,
A big
using her
meatball.
forelegs and mandibles, and takes that burger to go, flying it back to her underground nest. And she does it all for these cuties.
Ew. You may vote
Yellow
wrong.
jacket larvae need protein to develop, and they like meatballs. All that gathering food and flying around gives our adult yellow jacket an appetite. She
Okay,
prods
fair
the
enough.
youngsters, and they offer their thanks in the form of a sugary throw up or exudate.
Ew.
The adults slurp that up and jet off on more meatball missions. And yellow jackets bring back
Ooh.
all kinds of interesting entrees. Ever tried moth wings?
Yo, it picked up the whole wing?
Cockroach croquettes? As these yellow jackets make mouse tartare for their babies, they
Get
can
off the
clean
screen,
a
change the
carcass
screen, change the screen,
down
change the
to the
screen,
bone.
change the screen.
And that's an
Bro,
important
what are you
service.
doing?
I mean,
What are you
if you want to clean this up.
doing? Okay.
To help fuel their frequent flying, they stop at flowers, downing sugary nectar and pollinating as they go.
Oh, so they do pollinate still. Makes sense.
But what about that sting? Unlike her bee cousins, she can sting again and again.
Who volunteered for that
But
shot?
it's a last resort when she or her nest is
Who
threatened.
volunteered for that to get
So,
stung?
give them some space. And try to remember the good she does as a scavenger, a pollinator, and a provider for her colony.
Yeah, I
As
guess.
she's swiping a tiny meatball from your plate. Laura here. What's colorful, cute, but still a little creepy? You guessed
Probably
it,
some
ladybugs. They
Ladybugs.
spend most of their lives alone, stuffing themselves on aphids. But every winter, they gather by the thousands for a ladybug lovin'. Enjoy.
Oh, fucking fuck. Okay. I was gonna say the first half of that statement, I thought they were talking about me. Spend most of their life alone, Sag. Eating all the. Oh, aphids, alright, not quite, but you know, not that far off. Okay, pretty far off. Pretty far off from eating aphids, but. Anyway. Okay, if you could fucking not go back down desk every time. You son of a fucking bitch, you fucking bird, fucking bird. I eat crickets. I don't eat crickets. Do I eat crickets? I don't eat crickets. Jiminy Cricket. had to fix the focus. I guess I'll just put on some tunes for a moment here. I eat crickets, huh? Eat crickets, huh? ASMR mouth noises. Eating crickets. You think there's an eating crickets ASMR video? May already? Why are you happy for May? Soon it will be 2024? Wait, why are you happy about that? Not particularly happy about it being May soon, if I'm gonna be honest. I should probably not do this one, but I'm already here. You're indifferent. Nope, not doing that side. I basically haven't done, well, I've sat down today, but I haven't. Trust me, you didn't want to hear that. It was a lot of a thing getting knocked over 2 times while I'm trying to get wires back to where they're supposed to be, which would have been very loud and such. So you sort of got saved in that regard, to be honest, by it being muted. Saved, saved, saved. Let's do a quick Puzzgrid-ish. Some Puzzgriddies while we're eating this apple. I think we're on page 12. No, we're on page 13? We are on page 13, but first we have the grid of the week and the day. You're ready, bruv? Alright. At the drop of a hat, as the crow flies, easy as it be, keep your chin up, fits like a glove. Pee in the pond, piece of work, piece of shit. Cats and dogs. Tough as old leather, maybe? I don't really know how any of these connect yet, but bringing home the bacon, 1 foot in the grave, busy as a bee, too many cooks spoil a bunch. Wolf in sheep's clothing, as the crow flies. Raining cats and dogs, busy as a bee, because it's animals. Okay. One foot in the grave, keep your chin up. Point the, that's below the belt. Okay, belt, glove, hat. I don't know what the music one is. I'm blanking on what the music one is. Wow, I thought it was gonna be one boot in the grave? Okay. What does too many cooks spoil the what? I'm having the bacon. 2 peanut butter. Point. Piece of meat? I don't know. Blank the music. Piece of cake, okay. Hat, glove, point the what, and what the music. Feel the music? That doesn't seem right. Yeah, I know below the belt, but because I had selected these 3 before. But I thought I had tried all these others. We have 5 seconds. There's no more time. I thought I had tried this group. Because I thought this was tough as old leather or something. Food? Clothing? Old boots? I've never heard that phrase. Body parts? Point the finger and face the music. Face the music makes sense. Point the finger is a little loose. A little bit loose. Okay. This is the one of the week. Juicer? Okay, favorite streamers. Blender. XCL. Freight train. Stone fire. I don't know what these are. So if I could get these that would be good. I assume these are related, to be honest, because I don't know what they are. I know what Trent is, but colors backwards? Okay. I mean, not quite, because orange is spelled different, but you're on the right track. Red, orange, something. Purple. It's the anagrams or whatever? Yeah. Green. Potter? Mm. Harry Potter? Chamber of Secrets, Prince of Azkaban, Stone of whatever, Fire of something? Okay. I'm surprised it let me get away with that. Nice. Harry Potter. What is this one? I have no idea.
Look away from your screen for 20 seconds.
Genres of porn fetishes. You know, you got your tentacles. You got your
Get back to work.
whatever the one's called that involves like eating food off of each other or something with honey maybe. And then whatever Care 4 is. Oh, it's numbers. Okay, you're right. Maybe we did this one already. Because it was from the week. Okay, one more. Because that's about all we need to finish the apple. Candy. Candy. Candy? Candy? There's gonna be one, like some sort of EU candy. Mushroom? No. Okay. Chortle, this. Those are things that mean to laugh. Laugh. Okay. Boston baked beans, kid. Fucking Beantown, kid. Things that grow off the ground or something. I don't know the rest. Like, this and this are connected, probably. Truffles are in the ground and found by pigs. Potatoes are in the ground. Hot Rod, Hot Fuzz. Wait a second. Hot Rod, Hot Fuzz, Hot Button, Hot Stuff. Come on. That was Hot Potato. Let's go! Button, truffle, enoki, shiitake. Nice. I knew truffle and shiitake, but did not know button and enoki. Ha. Mushroom. Fungi. Educated. Candy? Excuse me? I've never heard of this candy in my life. And then what was the other one? Mary Jane's? Mary Jane's candy. Oh, you know what? I think I have seen these, but I don't think I've ever seen anyone eat one of these. I don't think I've ever seen anyone eat one of these. You've had both? they don't seem to be EU specific. So fair enough, I guess. Don't you got the feeling? Shine to see. Don't you got the feeling, baby? I don't think we've played, I think we'll try the Cynthia thing to start, and then probably end up not playing the whole time, but I haven't played the whole month, really, so. It's fine. Low battery. What did they taste good? What did the Boston baked bean ones taste like? I don't know who this is. Okay, why not? The beans were unremarkable. Alan? Alan! Yes, Theodore? Okay. Oh, because there's a Splatoon thing, right. Wave 4, Bog! Wave 4! Oh my god, wave 4! Can you believe it? I don't think I care about any of these. Well, we'll take this one just because this is your favorite character. Peach looks really happy in this one. So does Toad. I already did those. There you go. Okay. On one hand, it's a bummer that the Street Fighter thing didn't work. On the other hand, I feel like I might as well wait until the game actually works. Like, I ain't entering any fucking tournaments, you know what I mean? I ain't entering any fucking tournaments. Who cares if I get the game? If I don't know how it all works yet. Song's kind of nice. Unfortunately, I have to pause it. I feel like I'm very close to needing to go to the bathroom. But it's like, it wouldn't, if I went, I probably wouldn't be able to. I could probably squeeze it. Don't, like, not like out of, I gotta pee. But I don't gotta pee that bad yet. Well, I don't gotta pee. But I can feel that I will have to pee. Does that make sense? Am I making any sense? You know what? Scratch all that from the record. Let's start over. Let's just roll that back real quick. No, that was all worded poorly. Okay, so there's 2 new characters since I've last actually played the game. There is Lapras and there is Chandelure. Chandelure was just added not many days ago. And I don't know if it's OP, but I'm assuming it's OP. And it is, I guess, at least a lot of Gen 5. Yeah, there's Gen 5 Pokemon in this game. Or are you saying, wait, is that the one from Gen 5? Just trying to make sure you recognize. Look at all the stuff I just got. How do I get back to the... How do I get back to the... shit. Yeah, that's the one. Oh, remakes, true. In that case, let me go pee first. Oh yeah, you know what? The Bruins game's probably going. Let's check that score. Let's check the fucking score, kid. So Gen 5, huh? It is not started yet? It is started. Moments ago. So the thing about Gen 5, and honestly Gen 4, the reason that I was thinking about this, I think I was in, I don't remember when it was exactly, but it was probably in Worcester's chat. Yeah, it must have been in Worcester's chat. Sort of the topic came up of remakes of Gen 5 and remakes in general, and I kind of have to say, I'm not gonna say that this is exactly what he said, because I'm sure I'm missing details or whatever. But the general sentiment was that it doesn't need a remake. A remake will never be better or something like that. Something to the extent of just re-release it. Don't remake it. And honestly, there's something to be said for that. Obviously, I'm cutting a lot of details out there, but I mean, especially after seeing how Gen 4 remakes went and how they were bad and everyone pretty much hated them, or that they were like low quality and stuff. I kind of agree. But the thing is, obviously, them doing re-release isn't gonna lead to them making more money compared to an outright remake, remaster, however you want to label it. I'm sure they're going to remake it, but like if they did a remake right now of Gen 2 and it ended up being the style of BDSP or even of Scarlet Violet, I feel like I probably would just rather play Heart Gold Soul Silver again. Assuming that it was the same level of poor quality that Scarlet Violet were. I don't know if I have all bots or not. I feel like I don't, but at the same time they all have potions. So who knows? Either way, this match is going to be easy because it's the easy bots, so... Then I go this way. Give me a Dunkaroo. Oh, I didn't get that last hit? Oh, I got that one though. Okay. Oh, shit. He's killing me. I'm gonna die. It's okay, I got 2 stacks. Letting my other dude get most of the farm, it's fine. I'm just assuming easy bots are terrible, so... kind of figuring I can do pretty much whatever I want. Which is kind of true. Let him get the middle. Go up here, get my points from before. Get another Dunkaroo. There we go. One more. Alright, now I'll come help kill everybody. No problem. I don't even need to do one more dunks anymore, but whatever. Alright, can I steal your jungle? Yes, I can. I don't know if I would be interested in a remake of... I mean, it would certainly be interesting just because it would be happening, but whether or not I would actually care is a different story. You know what I mean? Hard to say. I guess I'll help down here. Well, I guess he doesn't need help. Yoink. Kill secure, kill secure. Not really worried about the computers coming to take it, so... That's why I didn't save the charge punch, I just let it rip. No issues there. Hey, what are you doing over here? I'm going to kill you. That's fine. Alright, I guess go middle. I'm gonna farm stuff. 'Cause why not? It's free real estate. It's free real estate. They're taking out everybody, but I'm getting my farm. Doesn't really matter anyway. I mean, unless you care about damage scores, I guess. That could be one reason to care. That would not be why I care, or what I care about right now. I'm just farming away. What else is going on right now? Well, there is a, well, that's not where I wanted to dash. There is a Dota major happening. So that's exciting, I suppose. Go down to help the team murder this objective. Mayhaps. They might just finish it before I even get there. I might get there. I can help. I can help. Oh no, they're killing the top point. Hey. What are you doing here? Don't you know? This is my farm. My farm. Mine, mine, mine.
Look away from your screen for 20 seconds.
I just ain't even looking. Just gonna hold the A button and not look. Don't mind me. Alright, I'm still living.
Get back to work.
Now, was that the fastest way to do that? Obviously not. Obviously not. Just letting my teammates have fun. I'm just doing some other stuff. Let them have their good times. We like to have a little fun around here. We like to goof off. We're a family around here. Except, you know, when it comes to wages and letting you have your own, you know, helping you out when you're in need and demanding from you what no other healthy family relationship would. And, you know, the normal families. Disparage. All the usual stuff. Alright, everyone, you have a healing shield before Rayquaza. Alright, I'm coming towards the center. Alrighty. That was a lot of sound effects. I will use my ult for the first time. How does Cynthia still have a Gibble instead of Garchomp or anything else? Is it just permanently level 4? Is that how that works? I guess we're just gonna do this for the last minute. Alright then. This is certainly something. Well, well, well. It's a fight for first MVP points. Let me ult? Punch. Oh, it didn't give it to me? Wait. Zoop. That shit, holy shit, that is so loud. Is that Chandeler's ult? Why is that shit louder than the fucking, like a jet engine? God damn. No, no way we won. That's crazy. How could anything have been predicted of this caliber? Okay. Okay. Intermediate. Oh. Oh, I can only do this once a day. Yikes. Well, I don't think I'm willing to jump into ranked. I will do a standard, I guess, I guess I'd be willing to do a standard game. Then that way maybe I would actually see real character people fighting. Maybe run into a Chandelure. But maybe we'll switch to something else for the last hour. Or maybe we'll freaking end the stream. We did go late Wednesday. We did go late Wednesday. Ugh. You never played Gen 4? I know you said you never did 3 to 6, but it just didn't really register with me until now. Like, it registered like, okay, I guess you would want to play the 5th one or whatever, but Gen 4 was awesome. Gen 4 was friggin' sweet. I mean, it still is friggin' sweet. But, you know, it also was sweet, too. XY is 6, because Sword and Shield is 8, which means Sun and Moon is 7. For some reason, I can always remember that Sword and Shield are number 8. Six would be X and Y, though. You didn't do 3 to 5? And you didn't play 9. You played Sword and Shield? Okay. So this is something that I hate about this game. No one fucking does standard matches. They literally only do ranked. Very annoying. Could end up just meaning that, well, it's not a bot game, at least. But still. Play the new character. I want to see the friggin' new character. Do the new character. You were on the new character. I saw it. Please. You got Shaman today in Pogo. Nice. So here's my thing about this game. We're at the start of ish of a season, like a week or two ago. I feel like, you know, it's kind of like with Pad, right? I've been playing it, etc., etc. Oh, I have the streak where I get masters every season. So it's either like I have to cut this cold, I feel like, or try to go for master again. I don't. It's pretty much got to be one or the other. So I'm not sure what I want to do yet. Can't believe the bunny almost tried to steal it. Nice, we both got good hits. Okay, they're still way down there. Oh, I got it. Nice. Whew. Well, that worked out. Yoink. Also yoink. Yeah, that worked out pretty well, I would say. Kind of annoying that they took that, but what are you gonna do, I guess? Buy all the DLC and never play again. Thank you, Hoopa. One point here. Thank you to the Hoopa. A good Hoopa? An actual good Hoopa? Impossible. Okay, this bunny needs to fucking leave though. Unless this is a bot game. They have not done their jungle, so alright, I guess I'm gonna do it. I guess I'll do it then. I mean, I don't need to actually pay money to get all the characters. Well, technically, the Chandelure you would have to pay for right now, but it would come back. It would become viable with, like, the in-game gold or whatever after a bit. Alright, time to get this Charizard. Okay. Get stunned. Oh, that was laggy. Hoopa? 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 Took him a while to realize that. Not sure why, but whatever, I guess. Whatever it is, whatever, you know, whatever. I'm assuming that well, I don't know. Maybe they're bots, maybe they're not. I have no idea. Oh. Yeah, that's a big punch. That's a pretty big punch. Alright. Time to yoink some jungle, maybe? I didn't actually want to go there, but it's all right. I'll go over here and dunk, I guess. Little bitty points. They can farm. They can do all them fightings, and I'll do my farmings. And ain't, you know, it's honest work. Honest work, farming up. I'm assuming that, I gotta be assuming these are bots we're fighting though. The Eldegoss still isn't evolved. So I just figure. Don't worry guys, I'll get the Reggie. Wait, they're coming to help maybe? Hey! They're here, my friends. My friends. He did the ult again? Interesting. Interesting. Not too worried about that. Throat chop. I'm just walking my Reggie down. Okay, maybe I can't walk my Reggie down. Oh, well they just got owned by that getting stunned there. Come on, let the Reggie in. Let him in. Ooh, I'll take this portal back. Thank you. Don't mind me. The other reason that I'm almost 100% sure this is a bot team is because a regular team would have given up by now. That's the other reason why it's most likely a bot team. Among the many other reasons. So, you know, it's alright. It is what it is. Oh no, some teammates are dying. What are we gonna do? Hello, Sylveon. Goodbye, Sylveon.
The final stretch. You're on fire.
Charizard didn't even ult. Okay. Ouch. That actually kind of hurt. Hey, he's let me. Oh. Thanks. Thanks, I guess. Big points. He's let me! Guys, help! Punch. Punch. We're doing it, we're doing it. This is as easy as the Cynthia bot game, which probably means it is the same. Can you imagine if this was a ranked game? That'd be great. I'm the only one not moving, everyone's dancing. Oh no, he's ulting. Okay, 17 seconds. Alright. Well, that was sort of a waste of time because neither team had a new Pokemon on it, so that's annoying. I guess I'll give the Hoopa a thumbs up. Good job, Hoopa. I mean, that might be the best Hoopa I've seen, even in ranked, which is saying something. But that was definitely bots. Which is annoying, because that seems to be what happens in standards now. I did play Hoopa when I was playing with Dem and Mari. Hoopa was also much better back then. Hoopa's still fine now, but you don't really want to use it when you can't communicate with your team. It can work, but you have to have more trust in the teammates to make it really work. Which in ranked typically does not go well unless you're actually, you know, if I was with Dem and Mari. But even then, at this point, probably would have to still be using Urshifu. So we've come to the big question. Ranked, Unite, Street Fighter 4, End Stream. I think those are probably the options. I think I have to go to the bathroom again. But... oh.
Back to work.
But, yeah, I don't know. I really wish the Cadence of Hyrule thing that free-to-play started earlier. So it starts on Monday. So I think what I'm gonna do, since I'm gonna be gone Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and most of Sunday, is that I think I have to do pad tomorrow, you know, the first part of the stream, obviously still sap at the end. And then that way Monday can be full Cadence of Hyrule, potentially Secret Tuesday, which would also be good because it would, you know, help make up for missing Friday. And then Wednesday as well, like normal Wednesday, to try to beat the game before I go. I don't think I really want to do sap. Still would be the same one that I've already done quite a bit this week. It's sort of, you know, I feel like once it's past Wednesday, I usually don't want to do sap. Sometimes I might do an extra Thursday if I haven't gotten a 10 win, but I think after like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, on it, I mean, I don't even remember the last time I went on a Wednesday. I guess it was when we did it on stream, right? Because that would have been Wednesday. But a lot of the time I try to get the 2 runs on Sunday, like the 2 sessions, I would call them for videos, Sunday. Then 1 to 2 on Monday, and then 1 to 2 on Tuesday, depending on if I was able to do 2 Monday. That way I have 5. I've been kind of feeling the 5, 1 upload every weekday for SAP. Seems like it's been a decent strategy. I still feel bad about not doing non-SAP videos, but I don't know what to tell you. I will say every video this week, besides today's, obviously, has hit 100+ views, which is interesting. Usually doesn't hit it until the second, like after 24 hours, I think, or something after the first one, after the video comes out, but still. That probably didn't sound good, but it is what it is. I don't know if I want to do ranked or not. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and think about it. Yeah, I'm gonna think about it. I don't have an answer. I know, it was a long time away too, and I still don't have an answer. Impressive, right? What is this for? Mail? Oh. Okay. Mail time, mail time, mail. Oh wait, this thing will have reset because it hit 8 o'clock, which means it's a different day. Ah. No? It doesn't count as that? What the heck? Maybe I didn't start until after. No, I definitely did the first one of these after 8. That's crazy. Interesting. Why? Eat Your Friend's Day is trending on Twitter. Oh, maybe this is some funny joke or something. No. No, it's it's Vor and 99% furries doing so. It's not good. It's not good stuff. It's not. This is not what I wanted to see. that is not what I wanted to see. Anyway, the new Pokemon anime started. There's been 2 episodes now, I think. I've seen some clips of it. It looks quite good quality wise. Relog to get the ticket or it must post a different time. I did do the match before reset. That's what I'm saying. Okay, maybe we can do this. Also, hello. Wait a second. Hunter Robinson. Hunter Robinson. You've definitely been here before. I'm trying to remember. I'm like, that name is... Stop doing the weed. I'm not doing the weed! Wait. You're the guy that had the Twitch account thing, right? And you were on the Twitch, and you have like Perma Turbo or something. Right? Some shit like that. And you had the name, that whole name issue or whatever. I believe it was something along those lines. I've never done weed in my life, by the way. And I don't plan on doing it anytime soon. Oh hey, you were right. The thing worked by relogging. Z. Back out? What do you mean back out? Oh, you'll join. Okay. How do I make you join? I haven't done any. I only did the casual one. I haven't gotten all the way up to the other difficulties, so I don't think I can go to extreme yet, right? Or can I? I can. Interesting. I don't know what you're... Are you like joking that I'm still bad or whatever? And that's what needs to be fixed? Oh hey, it's you. I'm assuming. Do you want me to do extreme, or have you not done... If you haven't done these two, then I'm not opposed to doing one of these two. But if you've already done them and you want to do extreme, then yeah, okay. Oh, that I keep forgetting? Well, it's not, you know, it's once in a blue moon, kind of, sometimes, maybe. Look, there's a lot more names that show up in chat than there are me that show up on the stream, so... There's only one of me that you know of that shows up on your screen via the stream. Can only be so many places. True. 18 hours? What the hell? What are you, a doctor? You freaking doctor or something? Doctor, give me the news. I got a bad case of loving you. Yeah, bots for extreme would be interesting. bot teammates, that is. Can't wait for us to lose the lane badly and then never talk to each other again. Okay. If that happens, we have a problem. Is it actually easy? You're one of the top ranked players. I haven't played ranked yet this season. I actually have not faced a Lapras or a Chandelure this season. I've hit Master every season the past a lot of seasons. I think the only ones I didn't, which was like the early ones, because I wasn't even necessarily doing it. I know I'm doing the noob thing, but that's because I want dunks. And I want to distract them. Stole their farm. Monster Hunter Connect. Yes. Yes, it is. Well, that's an interesting flash that he did right there. I'm gonna go ahead and take their berry. Yeah, see? Well, we just got lots of stuff. Okie doke. Yeah, I guess stealing their jungle makes sense. Oh no. Oh, that didn't count as hitting him, huh? I'm baiting. Okie doke. Hmm, 3 points left, eh? The middles are probably still up, yeah? Well, I'll chill here, let you guys get them. Hey, what are you doing here? This Squirtle thinks he's hot stuff. Okie doke. I'm scaring him off? Holy shit, he's done a lot of damage. So they have boosted stats, huh? They have very boosted stats. They have Omega boosted stats, huh? Well, that's annoying. Wasn't even leveled up as a Charizard yet. That's gonna be inconvenient to get ulted as you ulted Charizard there. Fucking Leon. Jesus, alright. Wait for the group up. Nice flash, you dummy. Oh, that's annoying, he got away. Okay then. Dude, you killed him with 5 points, you fucking moron. Typical Chandelure player, am I right? What is this sound effect I'm hearing? Oh, Jesus. What was that sound effect? Oh, okay then. Jesus Christ. Thing is so loud. What the hell? Good work, slow bro. Good work, slow bro. Ouch. Damn, they're a bunch of haters. They bugged Chan's move. Is that why it's loud, or did they bug it in a way that makes it do a lot of damage or something? I mean, okay. I'm not gonna be able to kill this guy. Don't mind me. Is he gonna try to dunk yet? No, he only had 8 points anyway. I'm distracting, I guess. I'm dying, I guess. Okay, okay. We got them all confused. I'm just gonna back and heal. You guys will finish that. The sound, okay. Alright then, hello. Dude, had that not hit. Oh my god, they do stupid damage. Okay, they just double ulted? I guess that's a good thing, kind of. Maybe it means they won't have it back up. Alright, you should probably get the red buff, I would imagine. Kill this fucking Scythian. Alright. Oh shit, you're not gonna get it?
Back to work.
I'll get it.
The final stretch.
My team! They are doing the thing. Okay, I'm going to die before I get to use any moves. It's good. Well, good luck sniping. Yeah, I didn't think so. And this is why facing extreme bots can be frustrating. Because even if you own, they'll have stupid stats end game, and if they just happen to get the death ball right, you just lose anyway. Ouch. Oh my god, dude. The amount of damage the fucking blast. Look at the health on the Blastoise. God dang. Hello, Lucario. I mean, we're not winning this, but especially with that terrible dunk that they did top. Or bottom, rather. When we could have had a massive overdunk and they just didn't do that. So it would not surprise me if we lost. And that's why extreme is annoying. We still did it though! Alright, we had enough overdunks and things in other places to get there, thank God. Maybe I should add them as a friend. Don't I already have? Oh, I don't? Wait, then how did you join my thing? What are you, hacking? Oh, the lobby ID was showing? Okay. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, this. Damn, that's a lot of, what do you calls it? With Zera Aura. It's a lot of Zera Aura points. What you been using? Oh, you've been going bunny all season, huh? Have you been doing fives, or have you been doing solo? You do solo only. And what, this guy, the Goodra you pick if you, can't take bunny for whatever reason? $83? Oh, he's an unbeatable Goodra. Yeah, but I was just saying, like, this season, you've only done Cinder and Goodra. Well, at least from what is viewable. Yeah. I have done 0 ranked this season. So what's the deal? Is the light switch OP or is it not? Is Lapras OP? Lapras is like tanky DPS, right? Yeah, you turn on the chandelier with the light switch. It's a little joke. I don't know if you've heard of those before. The light switch is busted. Is dog still busted? I haven't played dog's top tier but not busted as much as before. Okay. That does not surprise me. Candle one-shots everything endgame? That's scary. And then what about Lapras? Because at first I haven't played against one, but it seemed like people were like, oh my god, it doesn't die and does a bunch of damage or something, but I can't imagine it's gonna be more OP than Dog was or Chandelier now. Yeah, so it's tanky, DPS, you know, CC thing, okay. Mail? Okay. I didn't even know they did mail for when they accept. I need 160 for that. And what is this? This is a sticker. Okay, okay. I know, well, okay, so I mainly played this game with 2 other people, so it would be Threed. And holy shit, the last few seasons of that were miserable. We would just get them. It would be like 1 out of 10 games we would get semi-competent teammates, and then the other teams would be like 5 stacks or just like insane, unbalanced MMR. It was pretty miserable, and it's part of why they stopped playing, which is unfortunate. So it kind of sucked, because now that means I don't have them to play with, which is unfortunate. And then I still did the season that was happening during December and got Master Solo, and then the last season I still got Master Solo. And then this season I haven't decided if I'm gonna just quit the game or not, because I don't know. Doesn't feel like things are trending in a good direction. It feels like things have just been trending worse and worse, to be honest. What level do you play to? What do you mean? Oh, like 1600 masters or something? Is that what you mean? I don't, well, especially the last season. Once I got Master, I think I only did like 2 or 3 games more after that, before I was like, I'm gonna play other things for now. And then consider what I'll want to do next season. That's what I did. The season before that, I actually still played some after I had reached Master, because I was still kind of having fun. Last season was not as fun. Partially because of dog, partially because of not, like, just another season of not playing with friends. Yeah, I mean, I played League of Legends when it was, like, really old, like 2012 or something. And then, played that for maybe even 2011. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I don't remember exactly the timeline, but did that. Then Dota 2, obviously. I don't remember when the Dota 2 shift happened, but that happened at some point. Did that. Better than League, obviously. And then stopped playing MOBAs. Was doing other things. I think real life things had, like, you know, you kind of fall off, and then it takes more to get back on the bike, so it didn't happen, but I would still watch TIs and everything. And then Pokemon Unite came out. I don't think I actually played it right away. So I don't even think I could have done ranked season 1 or whatever. But season 2 or 3, I think, was when I was playing with Dem and Mari, and it was like, all right, we're gonna try to, like, actually get masters and stuff. And we did, basically, every time. And then they stopped playing for whatever December was, because matchmaking became awful. And it was no longer fun. And I kind of agree. Yeah, like, I have no interest in playing this game 10 games a day, let alone 2 games a day, let alone 1 game a day, necessarily. Too many games to be playing. Dota League definitely take a learning curve. Oh, you're saying that. Maybe. But yeah, the one thing that was definitely nice was how this is like, you know when your game is going to end, so you can be like, oh, let me squeeze in 1 game before bed or something, and you know it will actually end at, like, the time, like a reasonable time, and you won't accidentally get into one of those 70-minute Dota games or something like that. And you're like, oh, okay then, well, fuck me, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. I sort of look at this game, like, I don't... This game is not hard. Let's be clear. This game is not really that hard. There's not that much of a skill ceiling. Like, obviously there's stuff, but, like, if you know anything about other games, you can't really say it with a straight face that this is higher skill than, like, League or... Well, definitely not Dota, and then League probably... I mean, League definitely still as well. This is definitely, like, the lowest skill cap MOBA there is by a mile. At least as far as ones that I know of. There is still stuff... Yeah, there's certainly skill that can be done, but, like, in general, it's kind of pretty limited. But it's... Yeah, the 10-minute thing is, like, huge for being part of why it's nice. And then, part of it... Like, I look at this game... And when I play it, it's sort of, like, I don't... I'm trying to think of the right way to word it. It's like, you know, you're going to play at, you know, you're going to try or whatever, but you know that, like, you're kind of just, you're just having fun with it. Like, you're not... You're like, if I wanted to feel like I'm some sort of, like, super ultra gamer, like, this is not the game to play. This is just like, let me just have some fun with, like, MOBA without having to actually go super hard to the paint and feel stressed and, like, doing 100 APM or whatever, right? It's like, you get a little bit of the MOBA blood flowing without actually having to go crazy. But yeah, no, I definitely don't think it's pure luck, that's for sure. Now, if you were to say... Like, it's not pure luck in a... Like, outside perspective. Definitely not pure luck. Like, the 5v5 competitive games, certainly, like, there's things that are had there. Also, there's certainly, you know, flips that happen. But flips happen in all of the MOBAs. Like, you can have that happen at Roshan for Dota, too. Like, that stuff still happens. But I would say this game was at its best when... the new map came out. I forget what it's called. The map that's, like, currently the map that's used. I would say that was when it was the best. Rayquaza was not as dumb as it is now. Or, maybe the second iteration of the map, where they took out the Natus, was still okay. But then after that, it was, like... After that, it's been pretty bad. Like, the new Rayquaza, even though it's not been new, at this point it's not really new, but the latest versions of Rayquaza are awful. Do you go up against top players or whatever? The ones who do the tournaments and grab into another, they extend play the games. I don't play the game enough. Like, because, well, I think it's a couple things. One, if you're solo queue, you're very much not likely to face them, because most of the time, unless they're, like, just doing a random stream or trying to make a YouTube video, they're going to be doing 5 stacks. Again, like, scrims or just 5 stacks in general. Oh, the top solo queue people. I don't actually know. The only one that I know who they are is Chris or whatever, right? And he's in Europe. So I just don't even think we would ever play at the same time anyway. But no, I mean, I don't get to 1600 points. I don't play the game enough to do that. If I did play the game enough, I probably would. I just don't, you know what I mean? If all I streamed was Pokemon Unite, I'm sure I would get there with no problem. Oh, I'd have to go past. Usually I cancel the search if it goes past like 30 seconds or 20 seconds. Just because I'm lazy. And when I do it, it feels like it... when I do it, it feels like it finds a match quicker than if I waited for it to go to a minute. That's what I usually end up doing. Japan? That's crazy. Yeah, I don't... I think the game... Like, if... The game is not deep enough to be a game that I would want to play 5 hours a day or something. You know what I mean? Plus, yeah, the matchmaking is terrible and all those things aside, but like if I was to, you know, play a game like 5 hours a day that had to be a MOBA, it would probably be Dota. It's more deep, you can do more things, it's a little, you know, there's some more engagement to be had. A little, definitely more things to be, switches to be flipping. But that's not why I played it. The whole point, the thing that makes this game good is that it's for not that case. It's for the opposite, where you would only play, you know, 30 minutes to 2 hours or 2.5, and like maybe you go crazy, maybe you do a spree with when I'm playing. When I played with 2 other people and we're try queuing or whatever. Maybe you reach a 3 hour or something, but like a lot of the time it was 1.5 to 2.5 hours, and that was kind of the sweet spot before you get kind of like, well, that I could keep playing, but a lot of the time they were like, yeah, I think we're good for today, for tonight. And I'm like, yeah, I should probably stop too. You're right. The matchmaking was so bad. The matchmaking literally made the 2 people I played with stop playing. Like, that was what made them stop playing. It wasn't new Pokemon coming out that were OP, although they definitely didn't like Sableye, but it wasn't that bad for I feel like we played against them that often. But yeah, it was the matchmaking alone, it was so bad, which is unfortunate. Bit of a bummer. So yeah, I haven't decided if I'm gonna do ranked this season. Like, I feel like this is the season where it's decided, like, okay, am I quitting this game? Because doing standards is miserable. You don't find anyone. Half the time you get a bot match and it's like, well, I just wasted 10 minutes of my life. Which is annoying. Especially when there's a new Pokemon. It's like, just play standard, but then no one's in standard because it's bots, so then it creates a perpetual cycle of people being like, oh, well, I don't want to face a bot game, so just play ranked, and then, yeah. Bummerville, for sure. I do have Discord. I mean, it's the link above you. What do you mean you'll explain? What needs to be explained? I feel like we've talked about it. Oh, Discord on stream? What is there to discuss? You don't grind to get to that point.
Look away from your screen for 20 seconds.
I mean, you do have to grind to get to the 1600. You might just be interpreting grind differently than I do.
Get back to work.
I'm in the general voice channel. Oh, I think that won't. Can I do this? Will that work? Test, test? No, it won't let me use that mic, huh? Why won't it let me do that? Is it because I have OBS open and won't let me use like any of these things? Test, test. Okay. Huh. Test, test. No, it won't let me talk. Why won't it let me talk? I mean, you're deafened and muted, but I don't know why it's not letting my stuff work. I'm assuming it has to do with having OBS open and shit. Oh no, it's because I'm on push to talk. Ah, that's probably why I'm on push to talk. That makes sense.
Okay, you can hear me, correct?
I can hear you.
How's it going?
Hello.
Man, I have not used this in a while, so is there an echo?
No, there is no echo. You sound fine to me.
Question 2. Am I distracting from your stream? I don't like
Nah, I'm not doing anything right now. I'm because I was just waffling on the do I want to do ranked or not decision, and I was like, all right, let me do the Cynthia thing or whatever.
Okay, well, I don't know if I can help or not. So, when I'm talking about matchmaking, I feel like when I'm in the chat, it comes across like very blah because I don't like typing in text.
Fair.
But, so if you go back a little bit in time, like 2018, 2019, I've actually worked on the matchmaking for MOBA games before. Nothing crazy. I don't think you've watched my streams back in the past, but for a little bit of time I worked on DHC, which was one of those mobile phone, well, similar to this, MOBA games. So
Okay.
the matchmaking for Pokemon Unite, you would think, like, we were just talking about 1600, for example, right? If you're 1600, you're going to get matched with 1600 players, right?
No.
No?
Well, I know that's not how it works.
Yeah, so it's very confusing to most people, but I have a little bit of understanding on it, and I want to...
Can I guess what my understanding is?
Go for it.
So, from our observations, now I would imagine there's differences here between when we were tri-queuing, whatever the hell you would call it, 3-queuing versus solo queuing, but even then, there's probably some similarities. What we noticed is that it seems like the game tries to almost get a summation of the MMR to be relatively even, but how that's distributed can be kind of random. Also, when it's a 3-stack, they often will try to have a 3-stack and a 2-stack versus 3-stack and a 2-stack, but if you're 3-stack, like if you're partnered with basically whichever 3-stack has the better players is probably gonna win, even if the 2-stack is like the higher rank, and then the, you know, like if your 3-stack is the good one, and then anyway, that's basically that part. And then solo queue is similar but a little more varied because there's 5 different players randomly. So that's how I get it.
So that's pretty close. I haven't messed around with the duo trio system because it's exactly how you said. They do the nice addition, and so I will send pictures if you want. I usually average somewhere between 70 and 90% win rate for the season. So if I switch into a like duo or trio queue, like I'll have people ask to do games. The game will start adding multiple 47% win rate players to your team to fill in the gap, and it ruins the game. So
that's what we experienced.
And what you're saying is completely correct for the weird multiple stack system. So That's why I actually stopped playing it and switched to solo because it was more entertaining. But I want to show you the weird numbers for solo. I was saying this in chat, and I don't know if it went across very well, but I'm going to send you a link.
Okay.
How do you want me to do that? Just private message?
Sure. Either that
Yes.
or if you can use the voice text chat channel above us if that's easier. It doesn't really matter. Unless
did
it's
I
like
leave?
sensitive for some reason. Either way. The
Oh,
voice
shoot.
I think I forgot to use push to talk.
Got it. Got it.
But I was saying, yeah, the DM would work or the voice text chat channel above.
Oh, okay. So here, this is just the account you just played with.
Oh yeah, I've looked at not yours, but you know.
Yeah, so just go to this. 'Cause
I'm
it's
I'm
really-
familiar with Unite API for sure because
Okay,
we did a
so
lot of
go-
that when trying to figure out the matchmaking ourselves.
So this account, I've only played a few games. It's just sitting at Ultra 1. But if you click on, for example, yeah, show this. Just go to my last slime match.
The connection is secure. Okay. The last Gudra?
Right there, just game 2. This is I don't play. I don't have time to play many times, so I just end up playing like once per day. Click on Twitch TV Chan. This is one of the top solo queue players, but this is 1600, over 1600 point player in Ultra 1 matches. So the
Yep.
game literally it just completely ignores it, and so when you're in solo queue, it seems to look just at your total win rate number. So the just your win percentage, and I consistently get into I don't know. I can load up other matches if you want to see it. But whenever the people are streaming, I don't really follow them. The top solo queue players sit in like the 1600 to 1800 because
Yeah.
above that you get like the cheese.
You get the 5 stacks and stuff.
Yeah. So I just consistently queue into their streams, even playing one match per day. So when I said that in chat, it makes it tough if you're streaming the account because when you're streaming it, people want to play. And this is why I stopped even attempting to stream this. You'll have people
I
want
see.
to play, and the second you do the duo,
Yeah, it
it
just
throws any of the like the matchmaking where you get decent players on the team out the window.
Yep.
So all I was saying in chat is that if you want to have more fun with the game, so I don't have fun if I go into the round and I like steamroll a bunch of people that don't know how to use their characters, but you may find it like I didn't know if this is something that might interest you. If you just take a single account and you make sure you're good at the characters and then you push your win rate up into that like 2/3 plus number, you start getting matches with like the top streamers on there, and then they would recognize your name. So like I said, I don't. It's also more fun. It's also more fun to play with the people that are playing a lot of games. You get what I'm saying?
yes.
So
I would
that's
say that yeah, I mean I've definitely everything you're saying is basically everything that I've seen as well, especially with the win rate stuff.
Yep.
When we were doing sort of our analysis, trying to understand the system, it was we would be looking at the ranks of the players on both teams as well as the win rates, and yeah, it was just if we're doing okay, we're gonna be getting under 50% win rate people on our team, and it's just it does not make the game fun.
So one season ago, I did this. I'm gonna send you 2 more pictures because I was in this like dead zone for a few seasons in there where I would just play and do what you were saying. You grab masters, and I was like, "Well, these games are incredibly boring." And so I took my account and just ran solo queue, and this is this is, you can see, sorted, ranked, and did, I almost hit a perfect season on both accounts, but this locked me into both of my accounts. Whenever I queue, I get the top streamer solo queue players, so the matches are a lot more fun. You get less. You still get the players who go AFK because there's tons of crybabies, but I was just saying it doesn't take that much work because that is a complete season, and it didn't base it on the number of matches. It literally comes straight from win rate. So this is, I don't know if you find that entertaining at all,
So
but
you did just enough to reach masters, but like tried to
yep.
win every game.
Yep, tried really hard. I only did like less than one game per day, obviously, because the season goes way over that. And just doing this, it it, it just like auto corrected my account. And like I'm showing you, like this season, my Ultra whatever 2 Ultra 1 promo games are already good games with actual players rather than, I mean, you go into a game with players that have a 50% win rate. It is, I know you've seen it. You have two guys like running into the back wall of the base doing nothing, and you're trying to carry it, and it's just it's like, why are you playing the game? So you mentioned you were considering like quitting. I'm just saying you don't have to play infinite tons of game. Like there aren't that many good players in this game, and I use this as my MOBA filler. So I don't turn on League of Legends and then play it for 20 hours straight
Right.
in a day because I don't have time. But you can bump yourself into those top tier matches with, by just ensuring like you're not screwing around. And you can see I'm playing Cinderace in most of these. Any whichever like top tier DPS character, like if you had played the bear when he released, I don't call stuff by their name, so I
Yeah,
apologize if
I go like half of the things I use the regular names. Depends on what the name is.
fair enough, fair enough. But if you like played him when he came out, when he was super busted, I don't know. I'm I play Cinderace. I don't know if you played him before. I don't use the like meta build. I use the move that makes you go invincible, and I use it to just reflex the, like you can block Charizard ult, you can block most of the character ults. So just having the timing down for that is why you'll see me play like Cinderace. Cinderace gets nerfed, I switch to Aurora, and if you you can run up my accounts to see the numbers on it, so you know I'm not
Who is
kidding. Most of them
Aurora?
sit, yeah, I have them sitting at like 70 win rate plus over whatever double account 800 games plus. So
Oh,
when,
Zara Aura? That one?
yeah, the little
Okay.
cat.
Yeah. I was like Aurora. I was like, what is Aurora?
Yeah,
The cat.
but
Yeah, no, I call him the cat too.
I that used to, I would play that and he was my main character. But when they
He
removed
got
the
fucking
damage,
dumped.
yeah, when they removed the damage from a speedster, I don't think I have to tell you that it's not it's not actually playable.
Yeah, no, it was so when we started playing, my friend was on cat and then yeah, like once it got nerfed, or it got nerfed multiple times, but there
Yeah,
was one clear one where it's like, "Oh, I can't play this character anymore, I don't think." And we were like,
I was
"Yeah, you can't." And so he usually did like Bunny or whatever.
I was playing it through 2 seasons ago, and even at that point, nobody was picking it. But then they made it worse, and I was like, oh, okay, they don't want they want you playing the steel dog instead of
Fucking
the
dog.
yellow cat. But I just wanted to show you that because I don't know, like yeah, it takes a little practice to make sure you have like a few characters ready to where you can deal with the solo queue and knock it out. But the high win rate gives you the really nice queues for solo. And for me, it switches the games from, let's say I did stream it, which I haven't had time to do in ages. it gives you a more entertaining game rather than you're sitting there just stomping on players, or you have two AFK players, so you're just getting steamrolled. So
Yeah, I feel like getting that first like season where you have the really good run rate is that's the hard part
yeah, that's the hard
because
part.
you're still dealing with all of the bad RNG before then,
Yep.
and I think that's stopped me from getting that. Also, mostly just because I wasn't usually playing like the ranged carry.
Yep.
When I was playing with the trio, it would be my friend was on the ranged carry or whatever, and then I was either some sort of in between DPS control. At the very beginning was support with like Jiggly or Hoopa
Yep.
before they got worse. And yeah,
unfortunately, you have to pick
you have to. Yeah,
one
no, you have
of
to.
the attackers, or because I mean, in
When I
that
did
season where
solo, I
did
did
this,
bear. When I did solo, I was like, I'm using bear and just bear because that is the only
yeah.
way I will get anything done.
But then
Yeah.
once you lock your account, you get to do the fun stuff. Like like I told you I was mixing in the slime or whatever this season. You don't get the crazy numbers, but once you get out of that pool, because you got to understand, I know you know this. You're sitting in that low
Yeah,
tier.
I'm sitting in the
Yeah,
the worst. Yeah, well, not quite the
it
worst,
is
but
gross.
I'm in a bad. Yeah, like the
It gets
MMR.
gross, and it's not fun to watch. It's not fun to play. And I was sitting at like the same point because I was like, Wait a minute, I'm playing this to play a MOBA, and then
And it basically doesn't feel like a MOBA because
yeah,
of the teammates.
you're sitting there like, oh, I should have just flipped a coin today. But now, if I queue in to do my daily match for ranked, and I'm in the game of like whatever top guy is playing, or one of the like top 10 in the category that's doing solo queue, you're like, okay, the game kind of has some stuff on the edge, because the second you get into a streamer game, I don't do these games on purpose. I don't follow a single person on Twitch. I load it up because they put it in their name on Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, people do that with their name. I don't
Yeah,
usually stream this game. The only reason we streamed it today was because I haven't played the game in a long time. Well, not a
mm-hmm.
long time, but I haven't played it all this season basically, and even maybe a little
No,
before that. And I was like, I know there's Lapras came out. I know Chandelier came out. Let me do the Cynthia thing, and then maybe run into one of those two new ones in a standard game.
I have some side accounts. So the only reason I was saying this is it's not, like I said, it's not possible for me to queue in with my main accounts because of how the numbers are messed up. But I could do another account and roll some duos if you're having problem like finding people to play or whatever. I may be up for that. I've been working on fixing some time slots and stuff. So
Yeah. I'm just like at the impasse of like,
yep,
do I want to even play this game?
I've seen it. I have seen it, and that's why I wanted to pop in here, because I was at the same exact point, and I just figured I would show you how like I got past the point, and that like that season, just playing the few games and really focusing, was a pain in the butt to actually fix the account. And obviously I had no clue if it would actually fix the account or not, and it was the solution to the problem I had been having.
I mean, imagine you still had to get a little lucky though. Like
So
especially for those first games of the season where you're with like Ultra Fives and stuff.
so you can like look at that defeat you have up on stream right now. Like I don't you can't we can't load the stats to these games because they're a while ago, but
Right.
that's a 20 kill defeat.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you still like
Like that's nasty to ruin because that would have been perfect for that account. Oh, I'm like I said, I'm not saying it's I'm not saying it's super easy to do. You have to run ultra heavy carry, but it is
Look away
doable
from your screen for
because
20 seconds.
at the end of the day, when you're doing that for the first time, you're playing with like, not to be rude, younger kids most likely if you're playing in the middle of the day, or like people that don't even know how to use the character. So you have to treat it as
Get back to work.
actually the new bots game that we just played is harder to treat it like you can barely run that uh solo.
Oh
it's
yeah,
actually
no, it's tough. Because
yeah
I remember
the
I had to try to do it solo for the last one that there was. I forget who it was though.
yep
It was the Leon one maybe or something. I don't know. Or no,
but
the
yeah
dog thing. The dog thing.
uh
Where you face
oh,
like
you
the
mean the
three
weird ones where you
bosses.
fight the Pokemon?
Yeah, yeah. That was
Oh,
miserable.
that was undoable with bots. The extreme,
Yeah.
yeah, that was undoable with bots. I those events are
I
those are actually
the one that I
undoable.
the one that I won with that, I mean it wasn't with bots, it was other people, but like random. Uh it actually shouldn't have counted. But we won. Like the time ran out and like the said like the time ran out and then like some
Yep.
move like killed it afterwards or whatever.
Mhm.
Like it was like visually at least it was definitely after and it still
Yep.
gave it to us. I was
It's
like
like
I'll take it. I'm fucking out of here. I'll take it.
it's like when people score when the timer says 0 in the game and not they're loading it and it luckily goes through. Like it's clearly 0 and
Yeah,
then you
yeah, yeah.
see enemy scored and it's like okay, that's a time sink.
Yeah, it
Uh
was like that. It was just like, all right, well, I'm glad it's done, even if it was stupid.
yeah.
But I feel my guess would be that it is harder to do this sort of perfect season thing with something like the bear
A bear
because
when he was busted
well, the bear when he was
would have
busted,
been.
but you know he's not as busted anymore. Uh,
Hmm.
because you kind of have to go in for him to do his job.
Look, I'm not
I'm not
saying
saying it can't be done.
it's
I'm just saying from my knowledge of MOBAs, it would make
yep.
more sense to do a ranged carry.
Uh, yeah. So these seasons weren't all Cinderace. It's just these screenshots will show that. I have I don't know. I was splitting. Shoot, we can't load the mat. Can you? There's no way to pull this. Uh, I don't think we can pull 2 seasons back, but you have to have multiple and you got to be at the point where you can make up for like 2 players.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
the
that's usually somewhere between 1 and 2, depending on how bad they are.
yep, it's not the easiest thing to do, but you can do it,
Oh yeah,
and then
it's.
you
I mean, I've done it many a time, of course, but
can just remove that nasty grind because I know some people that play this still, and to get to like that 1600, and I feel like once you're like mid-season, that's the only place you can go to get decent matches
they
with
have to
all the
play
players
so many
vying.
games to get there.
They're they're playing
It's like a
20,
stupid.
30, 40 games a day. Actually, I might be able to pull an example for you.
But no, I mean I know it's a lot of games a day.
It's
It's
crazy.
it's stupid. Like that's why I never like once I reach masters, I'm like I'll play if I want to play, but I like
Yep.
I'm not trying
Because
to do
yeah,
that.
it's just I don't have time to do that either. And I was like, well, how do I get the good matches? I guess I'll just give this a shot and see if the high win rate actually does fix it because it can adjust. And luckily, it was the way to fix it. So it's cool that there is a way to do it, but it's still it requires putting in time with those characters. That's why I don't try to do. I don't know if you see players who they just pretend they can play all the Pokemon.
No,
So
yeah, no,
th-
that's not how you should play a MOBA.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that stuff.
I mean, unless you're doing the 40 games a day, then like you could learn a lot of
Yeah,
them. So
you
like,
could.
okay, fair enough. But
You could. If you're doing the 40 games a day, you could argue that you're knocking it out or whatever. But like I said, I didn't want
two to
drag
four is usually the range
games per
for a
day.
game. Or no, 2 to 4 like
Character.
characters is
Yeah.
like a good spot to be for
Mm-hmm.
this game if you're not playing that much.
Yep. I completely agree.
But I've pretty much only been using Bear the past like the seasons that I've done solo. I've basically only used Bear because his big punch kill secure stuff for objectives has been good.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I focused. I was like, okay, and that was sort of my job when we were playing as a trio, was like last hitting objectives. So that's what I kind of just still did that, and like it works, but then the fact that I'm not ranged makes it so like sometimes I kind of have to go in, and when you're the one that has to go in, it's hard to carry. It's harder to carry because you do need the team to kind of follow up. Whereas if you're the ranged, you can sit behind them and
so
wait for them to get in the way.
I'm just gonna say it. I get so many games on range where you have a couple tanks, they won't even go in.
Yeah, I know.
So I have to just go in full speed and.
Oh yeah, I've gotten used to doing that, and then like dash, flash, like
Yeah.
you like get it started, and then you like immediately get out because it's the only way to get them to start fighting.
But yeah.
Sometimes though, you end up getting CC'd and you don't get out, but.
Yep.
So that yeah, I mean everything you're saying lines up, but it's whether or not I actually care enough to do this is the question. Like does getting to those high win rate game matches, is that really worth it to me? And that's the part that I'm not sure if I even care about. Like I'm not sure if that's even worth doing.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about it, but
It's an interesting question, and here's what I find myself doing with the Switch though. It's like, wait a minute, which game do I have more fun playing currently? Have you had this argument hit you?
which game on the Switch have I had more fun playing?
Yeah, it's like okay, well, what like okay, you have like 10 minutes to play something. Which game are you going to have more fun playing?
Yeah, okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean I haven't. That situation doesn't really doesn't happen that often for me in that fashion, but
it doesn't hit you. It doesn't hit you that way. But when I look at it, I'm like, you know what? There's a lot of crap currently, and you know what? I'm just gonna pass on that stuff and not play it. So
yeah.
If you want an example, I know you probably don't care. And feel free to kick me off at any second. But you don't play Monster Hunter as far as I know.
No, I don't.
Yeah, so the Monster Hunter on the Switch, they had their like past two updates that were they call them season updates, okay? None of this actually matters. And so I loaded up and I'm like, okay, where's the update? And then I have to go on Reddit or something and look up, okay, where can I find the new stuff, right? And then it's oh, you have to grind for about 100 hours to hit rank 250, and then you can play the new stuff. And then another season passes, and oh, you have to go 50 more ranks on top of that. So I'm sitting there like I'm not going to play 200 hours to access new stuff.
Yeah, well, I feel like Monster Hunter in general, I feel like that game is all about grinding anyway.
It actually wasn't. That's why I started streaming it back a decade ago. That grinding is new. It used to be close. I mean, it is a Capcom game, right? It used to be closer to the fighting games. Like I saw you playing Street Fighter earlier. It was listed in the title.
Yes,
I'm pretty sure. So on those first Monster Hunter games, you don't get to see the weird numbers and stuff, and literally you could you don't have to farm up gear. That's the reason I played it. And as long as you
You
learn
didn't
the
have to
pattern
farm gear?
No, you learn the
Oh,
pattern
that
of the
is like
monster.
all I ever have learned about that game existing.
Yeah. So there's two paths, and you might be able to picture this. Like I said, I used to annoy a lot of people back in the day because a lot of people would play Monster Hunter and they would just over grind and farm, like essentially it's the equivalent of over leveling in an RPG. Like if you were playing Pokemon and you
Yeah, no,
sat
no, I
there,
get the concept.
yeah. So you don't have to do that. Instead, you can learn the monster's patterns, kill it,
You can Dark Souls it,
and
basically.
then just roll through. So that's why like I used to main the game because you don't have to do that stuff. And I mean, you're switching weapons. It's like adding a full new play style set. So you're learning play styles rather than sitting there grinding stuff out.
Sounds a lot like I know people like Dark Souls, and they basically do that kind of thing where they'll like
So
rerun the game with different items and stuff to learn new styles.
So if you go back a decade ago to when I streamed, and you could probably picture this, the chat was like, "Oh, you're doing this? You gotta play Dark Souls." Okay, so I ended up playing it. I believe it was the second one. I don't think it was the third one because I think that's a little bit later. And I was playing it, and
Is that the one everyone says is the worst one?
I don't know. It could be the worst one. But this is what the conversation looked like, and I remember having to say this. I'm sitting there because if you go back to the Monster Hunters, you had a very specific time window, like 6 frames, 8 frames for specific dodges, and sometimes even less than that. Like the minimal 1 to 2, like you're rocking the edge of what's physically possible. And then I get onto Dark Souls and I'm like, wait a minute, how many evasion frames is this? Because it's insane. And that led to me not like I beat the game, but I was like, this is really boring because you can just roll whenever you want with infinite frames. You get what
Oh, it
I'm
was
saying?
a lot easier.
Yeah, much easier. And I can't really say that about a lot of the Monster Hunter stuff now, but if you go back to like Wii U time period, they had quests in that game that players never beat because they were so bad that not
Jesus.
the players, but the quests were so bad that even if you went in as a 4-player party, because there's some scaling on the monster, it's just going to kill everybody if you miss the dodge. So most players were completely unable to complete the stuff. And that's what I would stream back in the day. I would sit there and try to solo
The
those
super
quests.
hard stuff. Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
I could
so
see that.
you can picture this stuff. You got a mindset. You got the mindset loaded up, and that's what I used to do back in like 10 years ago. And apparently, if I had not stopped doing it and not taken the real jobs in real life, it would have been a more successful career path.
Well, would you have kept? I mean, if you stuck with Monster Hunter, I don't know if it would have been, but
No. The guy that took over when I finished, they ballooned up. I believe they sit at like 1,600 and just chatting.
but do they still play Monster Hunter?
Yeah, Monster Hunter main game, and then
The
just
new
chatting
ones
when the
though, or
people
the
are
old
free.
ones?
Newer ones.
But you don't like the newer ones.
I play them. I'm not really a big fan, but literally the guys that used to, I don't know, like bottom the section for Monster Hunter, almost all of them average, like from that time period at least, 500 to 1,500 on Twitch currently. So yeah, apparently if I had just sat there, you can't say this for sure, but
Yeah.
it's it's not okay, I don't want to pull or oversay it, but I'm looking at the time period and I'm sitting in like the 40 range. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no,
This is
I see the picture here. I see the picture, but
Twitch dark
you know,
ranges. So
it didn't. You didn't end up doing it, so
yeah,
the
didn't end up doing it. So.
I think it'd be interesting because you know you don't really like the new ones as much, so maybe it would have ended up being kind of shitty for that reason. You'd maybe feel compelled to play it a lot and then be like, "Wow, I hate this shit."
Oh
So
no,
who
no, no.
knows?
That ship was over. That's what during that time period, Monster Hunter made a shift, and I had some fallout with some of the designers that are very high up. So I wouldn't have been playing it. Like I wouldn't have landed the sponsorships because I had some conflicting viewpoints with the behavior of the employees at the time. Just how they were managing like community events because I was part of that, and I didn't like what they were doing. So it caused some
Yeah,
you
so
know
who knows then? Maybe it would have been really bad if you stayed
Could have been.
streaming. Like considering
Could have been.
that stuff, it could have ended up blowing up. So,
Yep.
or not in the good way.
It could have been.
But what are you gonna do? Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about it. I've been, you know, I like to stream other games, so I've been fine.
Makes
I've been busy with, you know, IRL stuff too. So it's sort of like I'm not even finding that much time to play games when I'm not streaming, and I don't really feel particularly interested in streaming Unite. So it doesn't leave a lot of time. I know you could only do one game and it would still
Makes
work,
sense.
but would have to get that one perfect season first, basically, which I'd probably have to switch characters and yeah. And again, the whole is the end result something I even care about? I don't know. I don't know. So I'll have to think about it. But the screenshots and the whole 90% thing, that I would say I probably did not know in terms of like getting partnered or not partnered, paired up with others of high rank.
I figured if I showed you one account, but I did it on both.
Yeah, it's not like I don't trust you. I wouldn't have even needed the pictures necessarily, but
see, here's the thing.
Some people I'm sure would have needed the pictures.
I can't trust the internet because, and I've said this since like 2000, 99.9% of the internet is going to be a lie. So if somebody doesn't come in and slap,
yeah, no, I mean I get it, but
it's hard to make a comment on it. It just is.
Yeah. I mean, if it was like a random person that came in and said that, I would say like, okay, leave me alone.
I know.
But I get where you're. No, I know the internet is bad and lies.
So,
I've been here a long time too.
Yeah, I'm aware, and that's one of the reasons I stopped by because things have gotten so weird, and this is on Twitch and it's outside of Twitch because it affects me currently with jobs that have nothing to do with what Twitch does. People don't seem to listen anymore and they look at like a view number and these companies are all buying views.
Oh yeah, well that's a whole nother thing.
Yeah, and it is very unpleasant to see people listening to somebody because they appear popular.
Oh
It's
yeah,
actually,
there's yeah. I ain't gonna get into that, but yeah.
I don't know what field you work in or you're working towards. I do see the unemployed tag, and I'm in the same club with all the COVID stuff messing with all my stuff. I still haven't recovered to where I was operating before then. But like I said, I don't know what field you work in, but I can tell you from working across like 4 different ones, it is a really nasty factor in business currently.
Yeah, I'm been software engineer, so.
I'm CSE. I don't know if we've had this conversation.
We may have, probably.
I'm CSE, so I know exactly what you were talking about.
Yeah, it's yeah. Anyway, usually I end my stream at 9, so we're a bit past that.
I did a carryover. Increased.
Yes.
Increased your time period. Did I ruin your night?
No, because it's Friday, and
Shoot, it is Friday.
also because I'm going to be gone quote unquote gone. I'm not going to be well, I will technically not be in the same location I am right now, but I won't be streaming next Thursday, Friday. Well, usually I would only stream Friday and Sunday, but I won't be in this location Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then I might be coming back Sunday. So I won't be streaming Friday. Basically, I won't be streaming Friday, so doing a little bit of extra, to make up for it. Fine.
Okay.
No.
Las Vegas trip, right?
No. No. I'll be meeting up with some friends that I basically only see pretty much once a year. And we'll be hanging out and playing some video games and board games and stuff.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, should be a decent time. But my main concern, well, two main concerns, I guess, though, on one hand, whatever. I have a knee/back problem that is annoying for me right now.
I have blown up just about everything. If like I said, you don't know much about me, so you've missed those streams. But I see Vicious hanging out in there. But I have blown out multiple discs in my back completely, and I have torn just about everything in both my knees. So if
Look away from your screen for 20 seconds.
I do have references for that, although we're probably not in the same area. So
well, I've had a lot of injuries over the years from sports, but so I'm not like I'm self evaluating and diagnosing and whatnot. So especially with the knee, because I've had that multiple times. Not like ACL, MCL, but just because I did cross country and track and field, and I still run now. So that is
You want to take a guess? You want to take
of what you did?
You want to take a guess?
So you had back stuff, knee stuff. Well, I know for back stuff, a lot of the time the rowers had back stuff, but I feel like that wouldn't be something that someone just does when they're like. I feel like that's not it.
Nobody ever guesses. So just so you're aware, from 2010 through until COVID hit, 2020, and I just don't consider it now because I was a paid athlete, so actually professional, as in paid to compete.
Okay, that's cool.
But I'll guess. Let's see this.
So it's an out there sport. Okay. Back and knee, huh?
You're gonna have to guess.
I'm going deep in the brain here, because like there's so many, obviously there's a lot of different ones. Like you go to the winter sports, there's a lot of ways to fuck up doing ski and snowboard, jumps and things like that. You could go crazy and be like you were a fucking luger or skeleton rider and like fucking psycho. Those people are crazy.
Not quite as crazy.
But then
much more tame.
Okay, a little more tame than that. Okay. So then you can go like, oh, it's rugby, oh, it's fencing, oh, it's wrestling, oh, it's lacrosse. Like, there's a lot of options. There's swimming too. Swimmers, tweak their back like crazy, but I feel like a disc. I feel like that's too much for swimming. There's not as much impact.
You've already captured it. So full combat sports. I've literally.
Okay.
I've literally.
That's where I was gonna head next because. Well, the reason I didn't is because no concussions were mentioned, and I feel like that's gotta be,
No, you can avoid that if you're doing it properly, but they don't tell new people that because they want new people to get it. Like those YouTube boxers, they want them.
Oh God,
to get
those are fucking.
Right. In terms of like combat sports,
So were you boxing or what were you doing?
So I started boxing in 2003. I started Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu in 2006.
Okay, BJJ. Okay.
I started judo in 2008. I started working with wrestling around 2010. I faced my first Olympic wrestler in grappling matches in 2012. But I have worked with literally everybody across that field. So that's the job that I mentioned I switched to instead of streaming at the time. I tried to mix them. This is hilarious, right? So if you go back to 2013, I asked Twitch, could I stream IRL like fight sports kind of stuff, and they gave me the hard no and told me if I tried to do it again, I would be banned again.
And look at him now.
Yep, and look at the website now. But regardless, when I tried to do that, I mentioned it to at the time I didn't have my own facility. So I mentioned it to the owners and I was like, what if like we stream some of this stuff online? And they told me to never mention that again. And also, if I wanted to represent them, to stop doing it because they didn't want me portrayed as playing video games online.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's weird. Okay.
It's not really weird. I because of the field, I was working with police, military, etc. And it's not that I do reveal some of the nonsense they told me, but I wasn't directly doing that. And so rewind yourself 10 years. Does it look professional for police or military to be trained by somebody who is playing video games online? Ugh,
Mm,
it did not. It did not. So you can see why I would get the hard stop, correct? Yeah.
debatable, I would say.
Debatable. Well, maybe you're
I could
not
see
paying
why
attention
some
to
people wouldn't
Yeah.
consider it, and I can
Well,
see why people would. So it's like I understand why, but I wouldn't have
Yep.
agreed even at the time.
I wish it had been that way because it would have been some different pathing. But like I said, at the time it was, look, that doesn't look professional. If it gets associated with us, we don't want that associated with us. So um, that was kind of the hard stop back in the day. So it's understandable, but it's just funny that how 10 years later nobody would ever tell you that.
Yeah, no, they'd be like, "Oh, yeah, why haven't you been doing it?"
Yep. Now, I have a question for you if you since you're on the carryover. Uh you're post college, correct?
Yes.
So what do the track and field sports look like after that? So I've worked with athletes like literally across the board from professional sports. But let me give you an example of why I'm asking this. For wrestling, the field looks like this. You wrestle in high school, and if you get super lucky, you wrestle in college, and then like 10
Yep.
people wrestle professionally as a career. So it's so few people that it's not really a job. Does that make
It's a
sense?
similar deal, but the numbers are a little bit more
There's a little bit
favorable
more.
than that for sure.
Okay. I
Especially
figured it would be.
because of like, there in the Olympics there's just like wrestling, like, and there's like different weight classes, but it's not that many people, right?
Yep.
Whereas
It is.
like track, there's like a lot of events, so the numbers are definitely more favorable. Um,
It,
and
yep. That's what.
the sponsor, like, other normal people run, right? Normal people are not gonna be wrestling.
Exactly.
So Nike and Adidas and Reebok and insert, all these other brands,
Yep.
they can sponsor, players or athletes of very, the distance runners, the sprinters, the, insert
Yep.
whatever. So that plus Olympics, countries want their athletes represented. That there's a lot more favorable numbers, but I mean, you still have to be, you know,
Yeah.
top 1% or less in the world, right? So
Yeah, that applies to anything.
yeah,
I mean,
so
when I was doing fight sports, if you do if you do the numbers out for like competitors, at the pro level, it's like 0.01% or something ridiculous like that. But I just I'm more focused on this because I find it unfortunate when because I've met a lot of these wrestlers that get sucked into that. They went to high school, then they went to college for it, and then there's no job. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not like there was no chance I was gonna get there, partially because of so many injuries. I was basically injured almost every year, it felt like. But also,
Mhm.
like, you know, I'm not gonna say I was some sort of high school prospect to go into a D, like, that wasn't happening either, because I was,
You,
whether I
you
would have got there or not, if I didn't get injured in high school, you can never, I'm not gonna
no,
play that game, but
talk and simulate all you want because I didn't do any sports at all. And then okay, people say I started early because I'm like 18 or whatever. You get that? But pre 18, all I did was like I would sit around and play games all day. So the only reason I got attached to fight sports was it, basically I treated it as like a fighting game because I've always been a fan of those. And then I worked on the carryover there, which kind of did the catapult into the career for me. But I didn't do any of that stuff, and I have at this point been doing it for 2 decades. So I have seen the prospects whose parents start them at 2 or 3,
oh
and
yeah,
they
I'm sure.
rip them through, and they hit 16, 17, 18, and they're good. And they're basically auto in the top 1%, but they don't want to be doing it. So it's not, it's completely individual. So
I mean, you
there's
get that
no
with
way
like
to
you
estimate it
yeah.
outside of,
You get that with the other sports too, like the football and soccer.
yep,
Like especially in Europe, obviously see about all of those like, oh, we take in this 12-year-old to like some club that's a different state or country than where this kid grew up, like Messi or whatever, right? They took
yep.
him away from like 14 or something.
The U.S. is nasty right now. I don't know if you track football. I have some overlap with football, so I know the systems involved in it. But it's become, there's not a
Every
word.
every sport has every major sport of the major sports has become like that.
Every sport has become tennis. So this is the best way for
That's a
me
good
to
way. Yeah,
describe
I
it.
never thought of it like that, but yeah, I guess
So
tennis was kind of one of the originators of that.
tennis is the first one, and this is literally how I always describe it, because for example, you rewind to the early 2000s, right? You had these kids, they played high school tennis, they played college tennis, and it's like, wait, why did they do that in the United States? Because what tennis looks like is you become a professional tennis player and then you play professional tennis. It's not, you did those lines and they were just there as a hobby. So the one of the what I'm assuming there'll be a word for at some point is, and this is what I'm talking about being relatively new. You used to be able to go to middle school, high school, college football, right? And then have a chance at making it to like the big time NFL. But
Yeah, that's basically
now
non-existent now.
now they've standardized it like tennis, where you have kids who are 13, if their parents are rich enough, training with professional football coaches who worked or
Yeah,
still work in the NFL, and they don't go through the high school, college, middle school system. So could we say hobbyized? Could we?
maybe I don't. There's some of that for running too, for sure.
Yeah,
A couple names come to mind.
but
But yeah,
but
I mean, it's not quite. I would say it's certainly not anywhere close to the depth of the major sports, how they've become that way.
yep.
But there's examples. I mean, I would say, personally, the best mid-distance runner in the world, Jakob Ingebrigtsen, is exactly that. Like, there's his dad had him and his older brothers training when they were like barely
Yep.
double digits or whatever or younger,
Hmm.
and he has all sorts of records from all the young ages, and then he won the 1500 in the Olympics this
Yep.
past year at like 21 or something. Won the world championships this past year in the 5K, I think. Got second in the 1500. Like he's amazing. you know, he's one of the ones it worked out for. He's fucking like he has a chance, right, if he keeps up things how they are, of being the best of all time and potentially breaking records that a lot of people think are unbreakable right now, like the mile world record. He ran the fastest mile time in the past 20 years last year.
Yeah, that's crazy. I obviously, so I do running personally myself, but as you could imagine, sitting at over 200 pounds,
Yeah, it's not.
running
It's
is not for speed.
yeah, it's not your goal.
Yep. Well, you still do it. It's just different. So these times are not on my they're not on my timetable. But what's cool is even me working as a personal trainer, there's a lot of guys that can't run at, well, right now I'm at 2:35. I don't have like a mile time for you because well, not
I
to
mean, there's
go.
you don't need to. Like, you know, it's
Well,
not what you're trying to do. So it's like,
no, that's not it. It's still important, but not to overdo it. If you go back, rewind to 2021, I caught the severe coronavirus or whatever, and it gave me that myocarditis, heart swelling.
oh yeah, okay, yeah,
Yeah, and
that's
I
obviously
almost
bad.
had a heart attack. So I almost
That's
had a
obviously
heart
bad.
attack. So almost literally dead. This is actually one of the reasons that it's really affected my schedule over the past couple of years. But recovering from that has taken me like over a year, and then I caught whatever that Omegatron crap. I know I'm not saying the right one.
Yeah, I don't. Omni, is that?
Yeah, it's Omni, but I so I don't know. I like to screw up the word sometimes. Sometimes it annoys people, sometimes it doesn't. But I haven't quite recovered from that to the point where, like, even now, I'm hoping this never happens. But I work with tons of athletes, and I would say about 1 in 10, 1 in 20, because most people rotate the coronavirus. When they start to do heavy cardio exercise, you don't realize it until you start to
Oh
do
yeah,
it,
no, it's
and
not.
then
It's no joke.
yep, all of a sudden you're having a heart attack. So when people are joking about like the coronavirus and stuff, it's not like that's not something that I like to
I
hear
still
because they
take it
really,
very seriously.
yeah. But I would just pump out a time for you. But my point is, even like I said, 230 plus as a personal trainer, just doing running, people are like, wait a minute, you're doing running? Because I'm sure you know this. Most people have messed themselves up so much, it doesn't matter what weight they're at. They have problems with running
Yeah,
because
yeah.
they've picked up so many injuries. So
Injuries or like combos of,
yep,
you know, not the right running form, because a lot of people are taught that wrong, or
yep,
you know, all of the stability muscles have never been
yep.
worked on at all.
So for reference, I do and enjoy all this stuff, and I have worked around these fields forever. So I don't know if you find that interesting, but I appreciate those conversations. So I'm not suggesting now. I would not mind hearing them in the future. So
Yeah, I mean, I I've learned a lot over all of my injuries, over basically every year, from sophomore year of high school to, I mean, I stopped getting injured basically every year once college was over. But still things would happen. But I one of the things that at least I think I have done to improve that, because I actually had a really good streak before this, like arguably 2 years, maybe more, of like no, not even no injuries, just like not even like anything. It was amazing because that hasn't happened like basically ever. And a lot of that was due to partially, I mean, I've always been good about doing, you know, the sort of stability PT exercises, like all that stuff, like I'm good about that. But I think probably the reason that I was still getting injured a lot was just the not necessarily the volume itself, but rather that uh, the way the volume was done in terms of, you're on the team, you want to do the practice with the team. And so, I was basically the only person on the team that was, instead of doing a long run on Sunday, doing a long bike plus a light lifting session / extra exercises. And that definitely helped a lot, but I think I needed to probably do a second or third day every week on the bike instead of running. And I think, because that's pretty much what I do now, is I do somewhere between 2 to 3 days on the bike instead of running every day. And that, I think, is one of the reasons that I had such a good streak going the past couple years of no real injuries.
Yeah, so even commenting here is a fun topic. So you mentioned, well, you're not in control of your schedule. It has a massive effect on you. And one of the hardest things that I had to realize, and this was like halfway into my training journey after I picked up Infinite Injuries, is, and the people that I'm referencing here are absolute professionals. I'm not going to name drop. You could look them up and you could locate me probably in pictures of them from a while ago. But you have to realize that sometimes the coach doesn't actually know what they're doing.
Yes, that was one of the other major things I picked up on.
So,
Definitely.
And this sends you into some hard battles, and I want you, like, I picture this because it's one of the worst ones I have. Like, you're sitting there, and one of the best decisions I ever made was to stop listening to a group of guys who amongst themselves had multiple world titles.
Yeah,
in, like,
it's hard
recent.
to ignore / insert word when those people are doing really well or have done really well, and turns out your body is not the same as theirs, so you have to do things differently.
Yep. And also, you have to know this. So from working professional fight sports, and I'm gonna say this as an underestimate. I don't know what word I want to use here. Of all of the gyms and facilities I've worked at, which is a lot of people, any of the guys that were amateur to professional, 9 out of 10 of them were on performance enhancing drugs because they removed that injury recovery rating.
That's not surprising either.
Nope, it shouldn't be. Anybody that works anywhere close to a sport knows that. And if you Google YouTube, you'll see it, and it's actually like,
I've heard it's become I'm not sure what the right word is, but just like regular dude at the gym is like much more likely than 10, 20 years ago.
Even so, 20 years ago, actually, I would say 25 years ago, when I was possibly not even a teenager, is when I started to see kids using steroids. And so
that's I consider that a bit of a whole nother thing.
I know,
because usually that's when you're at least 18 or an adult, you have a bit more agency and less peer pressure, or you have a little more control over peer pressure. But the ones that are for kids, and like when you can see it, it's not good.
All I'm trying to do is these were I had I had some friends that were in middle school wrestling, and it was like, oh wait, you guys are like, I never said this directly, but it's like, wow, the coach has you using steroids in middle school. And then when I got into high school, I didn't know, because I didn't play sports, I didn't know many of them, but I knew a couple of the kids on the baseball team, and they were the pitchers specifically, which I would know nowadays is one of the most juiced roles because of the damage.
Yeah, I mean,
they
if you're ever injured in like a high school, college environment, and you have to go to the PT, there's always going to be a pitcher in there. It's just
avoiding
what
them
happens.
they were avoiding them in high school, and one of the kids died because of it. It's crazy. And if you go on YouTube, you can see that it's now like an epidemic to where people are
Oh yeah.
taking toxic materials, untested drugs just to gain that size.
I think
And
there's like a whole TikTok thing too. I've heard.
yeah.
I don't
Well,
remember the name of like the specific thing, but I just know there was
so
one that was like popular for some reason.
I mean, if you want to go like super deep dive trying to guess on this, and this will be my last comment. Uh,
I don't.
I work with a lot of kids, which means I work with a lot of people that are on TikTok, right?
Sure.
They're teenagers constantly looking at TikTok. And so you'll know this when, say, you see one of those weird trick exercise videos. It's usually some
Yeah,
kind of
there's all sorts
advanced
of weird
bodybuilding.
movements and shit.
Yeah. So from a professional perspective, and as somebody that can do some of these movements, it takes a long period of time to be able to do them, unless
Yeah,
you, you
unless.
you use some performance enhancers, which cause you to build those muscles that grow very slowly, very quickly, and then you're able to do it very quickly.
Yeah, yeah, that adds up.
Yep. Oh, see, look, I did one thing today, so I'm good with that. I woke Vicious back up, and he's paying attention.
He's writing down some notes. Yes.
With that said, though, I appreciate your time. Thanks for having me on,
Yeah, it was a nice
and have
chat.
a good rest of your evening.
You as well.
Thank you.
Alrighty. I don't know if he knows that I left, but I did leave the voice channel. Anyway, he's still in there. Maybe he's taking a moment to disconnect. I disconnected. I guess maybe I should have said bye. I don't know. I said alrighty. So that was a lot longer than intended. But I do like talking about exercising. Unfortunately, I'm currently in a spot where it's not good to do. You left too? It says you're still in there. You're still in here. Get out of here. Alright, now you left. Not that it mattered, I just thought it was funny. Yeah. I will say today, so, yeah, you didn't click DX. The thing about this knee one was weird because I had, so I think I probably did something, I did something to my back when I was doing a lift. It was, I just did something wrong, poorly. It was dumb. I was lazy. And then so then the back hurt for some days, and you know, standard stuff, ice, heat, yada yada yada. And then I would say what's today? Friday? Last Thursday, I think I had noticed, I was like, "Oh, my knee hurts now too. That's weird." And the back was basically better by Friday of last week in terms of like I didn't really feel anything, maybe a little stiff, but like nothing crazy. But then the knee was hurting from that. And I'm like, God damn it. Because I had to do, you know, a bunch of days on the bike or something instead of running when the back was hurting. And now I'm like, I gotta fucking bike again? God damn it. Because, you know, the bike is nice, but, you know, I gotta get out there. So, it's been annoying. Yep. Yeah, and that's what I mean. I knew what it was. It's some sort of overcompensation, but it's annoying that it's like usually an overcompensation thing like that. For me, I feel like is like 3 days max, and then it's like I've probably done enough to address it, and it's like still been a problem. And it's been a little over a week now, right? Because it's Friday, and I think I first noticed it Thursday. And so, you know, I've been trying to address, like, okay, is it was I loading fully on the left leg because the lower right back was sort of what was hurting, and so maybe then I was like leaning that way. So I've been paying attention to that with how I'm standing. Was it because I was loading a different way, then the hamstring became tight, or the hip flexor, and then that causes chain reaction. Is it is it actually still coming directly from the back? Is there a piriformis, a sciatica, so it's a bit of a journey. And because the United States is a great place, being unemployed means I have no health insurance currently. Though to be honest, even if I did, I wouldn't have gone in at this point still, like after just a week, because I can survive. But it is what it is. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Like I would say most injuries I've had, actually just most in general at this point, I have not gone to the doctor for, because I know they will not be useful, which sounds pretentious, presumptuous, etc. to someone that is maybe less experienced, but it'll be rest. It'll be ice. It'll be it sounds awful if you say it out loud, but in reality, if you're someone that has experienced a lot of stuff, that's how it is. They'll say, okay, don't do it anymore. They'll say ice, rest, take some Advil, take some Ibuprofen. They'll say all the things that you already know. Then they'll say, if they don't say that, they'll just say, oh, well, like in the case of, it hurts when I run, which isn't the case right now. It's also like a lot of movement in general, bending the knee in general. It's almost like well, okay, I'll get back to that later. But the point is, if it's like a running thing, they would just say, oh, stop running. And it's like, well, that's not going to solve the problem. So having had lots of years of previous injuries and actually getting access to, trainers and PTs and stuff from high school and college, I can use that info plus, learning from other people's injuries and stuff at the same time. I can tend to, and then obviously Google exists to, usually I'll like pull up some diagrams of the fucking body and like, okay, what connects there? And yeah, no professionals are going to a generic doctor because they are fucking useless for injuries. So, especially when it's like, Google, you gotta be dangerous. You can't just say like, my knee hurts and they're like, oh, you have cancer. You gotta be like, I'm more like, okay, let me get a diagram. Let me get some diagrams of how the muscles and the tissues and whatever work, so I can see what's pulling where, and tightness there, that can do this and go down here. Yeah, you can't just say like I have knee pain, because they're about as useless as going to a generic doctor. So yeah, that's a whole other thing. But Yep. So today has been the best day for the knee so far. But part of that is because it's the first day that I didn't bike. I've at least biked 30 minutes every day, even with it. Because if I lean forward, if I position myself in the right way, it's not bending as much. And so I'm still getting at least a little cardio. Just because I've had a streak, I wanted to keep it, but I was like, you know what? It doesn't fucking matter. I just want to be better before next week when I go to be with the friends and stuff. Because if I can't, relatively walk without pain, that's not going to be a fun time. So yeah. Today has been the best day. Standing is definitely better than sitting, as far as, if I sit for... I sat the first half of the stream, when I got up and, the few minutes after that, it doesn't feel good. But standing's alright. And it's kind of the way, it's sort of almost like a, if I just do a couple bends of my knee right now, if I bend my knee a couple times right now, I don't feel it. If I kept doing it, it kind of builds up. Didn't know it was fractured. Did another tournament Sunday. Yeah. That's a whole nother thing. I mean, I definitely like I remember towards, I think it was the final season, spring season of high school, I definitely was dealing with some injury stuff. I was like doing limited running. Like I was only running on the track for a softer surface. There was like a couple of things happening. But wanted to, it was like both needed to like perform somewhat decently, like not necessarily like best ever, but somewhat decently to have a good chance of getting on the college team. And then also, you know, you're in high school, you're a senior, you want to compete your season and stuff, you know, and peer pressure, etc., etc. That is one of the dangers for sure, though, of high school sports, is like your coach wanting you to win or compete, probably to the detriment of the long-term health of some players, is something that definitely happens. And it is unfortunate. Now I don't know what those percentages look like, which percentage of coaches does that versus others, but well, yeah, then there's a lot of them don't know what they're doing, but one of my coaches was like he knew what he was doing. one of the coaches definitely knew what he was doing. He was I don't know, I can't think of where the right word is. The Masters division, whatever that is, when they're your certain age group, like he was competing still and stuff for that, like some Masters division stuff before I think it was 40, maybe it was 30, I don't know. Anyway, he did that, but it wasn't while he was older than that at that point. He had stopped doing that, but you know, there was a period of time where he was doing that, not too long. So not too long. Like, he knew what he was doing, I guess is what I'm saying. as a runner, he knew what he was doing for that sense. So, like, he knew how to do coaching, but I was more talking for other sports and or I know there was in other teams, I guess. Other sports and then other track teams, because I remember there was another high school team that had, you know, one of these top guys gonna get to a D1 school because he's so good, you know, 4.12 or less or something, you know, like really fast, like really good, like he's top guy, and those coaches were fucking running that kid to the ground. He was competing way too much. I don't know if it ended up catching up with him. It might not have. He might have got, you know, sort of lucky in that sense that he was okay. But if he was coached by a better coach, it would have been, you know, a lot less risky. They wouldn't have had him do that many races. Which is part of why the topic we're talking about of like the kids that start young thing, the positive end of that is that kind of situation where you have the high school coach that is going to run your potentially star, like potentially professional athletic child to the ground, for the benefit of the high school team that in the end doesn't really matter that much. So there's been a number of high school, I'm sure it happens with other high school athletes, but I know for running, like there's been top sort of athletes that kind of have their own coach, and not just like the regular high school coach, and they would compete for the high school in a select few races here and there so they can, you know, like win the state championship or whatever, because that looks good for college and stuff, but they weren't competing in every regular like dual meet or whatever. So yeah, that's the way to do it. So anyway, hopefully, so what, I can't imagine I'm streaming tomorrow, but you never know. Sunday, probably start with pad, because we want to play pad on Sunday so that we can start the Cadence of Hyrule game trial on Monday. because that will only be playable from May 1st to the 7th, and I'm going to be gone for like half the week, so we want to try to beat that game before I leave. Because Nintendo is doing another one of those Switch trials. We just beat the Star Wars Republic Commando free trial thing before it ended, which was another game trial thing that they do. I actually really like that they do those. I don't know why they do it, but like, I'm all for it. It lets me like play a game for free and beat it. It's been nice. I tend to like those. We've done a number. The Captain Toad one was pretty sweet too. That was one of my favorites for sure. But I think this Cadence of Hyrule one could be good. Can you play that game with a dance pad? I have no idea. I assume no. That it is the music-based Zelda Cadence of Hyrule game. I have no idea. I don't have a dance pad anyway, though. And, well, okay, technically that's not true. Technically, I do have a dance pad, but it's for the N64. It's for the N64 from Japan, for the specific Japan-only released, I think, Mickey Mouse dance game from Japan. So I don't think I got an adapter for that to work for the Switch. So I don't think that's happening. But that is the thing that I guess I do have. But yeah, pad Sunday so that we can do the Cadence of Hyrule Monday, Wednesday, and probably a Secret Tuesday because I don't know how long that game is. Yeah, so I guess so at first when the knee stuff was there and the back stuff was gone, I was like, okay, yeah, I'll do an ice and heat now and then, but like this should probably go away after 3 days or so, and it didn't. I was also doing a couple extra like PT exercise type stuff. But then I think since probably Tuesday, I would say, I've been like, all right, what the fuck? So I've been doing like I've been doing like 3 to 4 sessions of ice and heat every day. Not just on the knee, but I've also done heat on the back to see how that affects it, heat on the hamstring, heat on the quad, like all these other places to try and see how it affects it. So, yeah. I mean, today is the first day without doing any biking, which makes me sad because I do have like some brain worm that makes me want to have to do something every day to keep that streak going. But if this is if I gotta sacrifice that to get better in like a shorter period of time that is significant, then I suppose I will do it. Also is good because it does test the theory of like how much does it affect it. So tomorrow should be interesting to see the difference of having not biked today, which has felt better because I didn't do any bending really that much. I don't know. We'll see. I'm really hoping it gets better because for me, I don't know if you're like this, but my brain wormness is like, if I had to go like 3 days, I don't even know what it would be because I haven't done that in so long. Like even not having a streak of doing something every day, it would be like at most I feel like I would only ever like not do a cardio of some kind like 1 day. I can't remember the last time 2 days would have happened. But if I had to go like 3 to 5 days without doing like anything, I think I would go crazy. I think I actually would have a worse disposition and start getting depressed. Like it would be bad. But at least today I didn't do the bike stuff, but I did do like still like some PT exercises and extra stretching more than usual and stuff like that. Yeah, like that's like same here basically. It's like I can't not do it. Like I can't not do something. Like come on, what are you crazy? I have to do it. Why do you have to do it? I just have to do it. Okay, I have to do it. You try to explain it to someone, they don't quite understand. It's like it doesn't make sense to them, and it's like I can't. This is not an explainable thing. It's just you got it or you don't. You got that in you or you don't. So I wouldn't say I got that dog in me, but you know, you just gotta do it or you don't. So even when I had some sort of like I've had some subset injuries where I wouldn't say it's like where it's like didn't fully stop me from exercising, but like I toned things down for some days or whatever just to make sure nothing was about to like blow up. I even fucking did speed walking. Like or you know the old man status where they go to the stadium stairs and walk those up and down. Like I've done that. I've done that. I'm walking fast. This didn't happen before, but it reminded me of a story of in college one time when I was coming back from an injury because it was stress fracture related. It was a stress. People they said it was a stress reaction most likely because it wasn't a full stress fracture, and so part of that on the comeback was like you can speed walk, but you can't run yet because you know the running is like a little more pounding, and so I was like speed walking, and on like the track or whatever. Dude, there's something about passing someone that's running when you're walking that makes you feel, I don't know what it makes you feel like, but there's something about it that is like I don't even know how you describe that to somebody. Passing someone that's running when you're speed walking is a vibe for sure. You're like you feel bad, but you also feel secretly good. Like, I don't know how to describe it. But anyway. Dude, there's always that part of me. Well, I'm not going to get into that, I guess. Not related to the speed walking thing. That was just going to be a whole nother discussion can of worms I don't feel like doing right now because I want to end. Because I would normally be in bed right now. Probably. No. Yes, it was that. For that story, I believe. From what I remember, it was that. Like I remember I tried like actually doing it kind of. Like there's probably maybe I would have got disqualified by the Olympics, but like because I, don't have someone to train me on, what is legal and not. But I was trying to, be kosher. But when I did that more recently for like, make sure that this isn't about to blow into an injury and kind of thing, I didn't really pay it. I was just trying to get the blood moving, like you said. But for that story, I was. Dude, my hips were going crazy though. But it wasn't like it was a fellow athlete that I had passed during the speed walk story. It was like there was an indoor, like one of those indoor upper like tracks that like aren't actually a good track because there's like complete right angles. So it's like you're never actually going to run on that unless you like really had to for some reason. But since I was speed walking, it was like okay, I was doing that, and so it was like a regular person, I guess, or maybe even less than fit regular person jogging. So that it wasn't like I was passing some sort of athlete with my Olympic my full speed walk, but it still was funny. Kind of as funny as when you pass someone running that's on a bike. Though like 90% of the time that happens, it's because they're going up a hill, but you still feel good. You're still like, hey, look at you on your bike, Though I have passed people on bikes when it was flat ground. I think I even did that recently, like in the past month. Because they were old, okay? Don't try to put down my achievements, even though it's not an achievement. But anyway. Look, you gotta take the little funds. Like, you know, you're doing runs and things all the day. You know, you gotta like take some memory to make it a little more interesting. You're like, oh, passed a couple old people today. That was fun. Especially because the reason it was memorable is because when I passed, the old lady said something. I can't remember what she said, but she threw a joke out there, and so like everyone kind of laughed at the same time. It was like her and her husband, and then like you know me passing like some because you know it's not like it's you know it's, you slowly yeah it was, you know it was like yeah something young whippersnapper or oh no I know what it was. She was on the phone, I think, or something. And she was like, we're getting passed by a runner right now. She just like said it out loud, and then she laughed, and then he laughed, and I laughed. It was a good time. It was a good time. And then I gave a wave. You know, not like a turnaround wave. You just do like a one of these as you're passing by wave, because it was a good little camaraderie moment. Okay. Pray that the knee is better next time I see you. Or, you know, roll some dice or some other form of wishing luck. And Sunday we'll do pad to start, sap certainly to end, maybe something in the middle. A little disappointed that Street Fighter 6 rather, was a bit of a bust. The demo was kind of trash, unfortunately. What are you gonna do? But hey, at least we turned things around. We had an interesting, unusual, atypical, certainly, section with Hunter here. Mr. Hunter Robinson. Learned some cool things about him. Fucking beat my ass up at some point. Please don't. But, you know, he could if he wanted to. But again, don't, please. I don't want to do that. You weigh like 100 pounds ish more than me. Maybe a little bit less, but like still, you know, the point is there. You'll be pleased to find out the Shoto DPS in 6 are super vertical now. Will I be pleased to find that out? I don't know if I am pleased to find that out. Anyway, 160. You still would have been too heavy for me. You still would have been too heavy for me. You ain't getting me. You ain't getting me. I am definitely a bit more than I was obviously when I was competing, but I was like 140 in high school and beginning of college, and then incorporated some more lifting in college, so I was more like 145, maybe junior senior-ish. 12 years old, what the hell? And then post college, I was pretty solidly still on 140 for a long time. I think now I'm more 145 to 150 depending on like where I am in training and eating and such like that. So still certainly respectable and skinnier than most. So man, that's crazy. Anyway, the nice spring background here. Don't know how much longer it's going to be here because I don't know when I'm going to take this down and change it to June. Do we wait until June or do I go halfway through May? I don't know. We'll figure it out. But anyway, good night, good luck, and hopefully good health.